Everybody. Hi.
For the gusto.
I didn't realize what I had done, but apparently I was bold in my selections.
Good to go now?
Like he's trying so hard. She's like, no, he thinks he's doing it. She's like, no, he didn't.
All right. The only way we're all going to be able to hear is if no one talks, right? So, great. I appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and get started. It is 9:28. We have a number of things to get through today, so we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'll quickly do introductions of the front table. Starting all the way at my right is Principal Howie Drolet, Heidi Duford, Matt Chizokas, Tim Broderick, Jim O'Shaughnessy, Jason Henry, Eliza Drolet, Brandy Pelletier, and Eunice Landry. I'd ask you to look at your handout, the green handout, which goes over the rules of procedure. If you've never been to a town meeting or school district meeting, these are rough rules on how the meeting usually works. I want to point out a couple of key things. In order to be recognized, you have to come to the mic and say your name and your address. Except for points of order, you can't speak from your seat, right? So there's no calling out your second. There's no calling out a debate. Everything has to come to the microphone except a point of order. Motions to call the question require 2/3 majority vote. And I will only allow the question to be called after I see that the people who've been waiting to talk get a chance to talk. So I'm not going to cut off the person behind you if you call the question. Everyone must be courteous. No personal attacks. If you start personally attacking someone, I will cut you off. All questions and comments should be directed to me, so you don't have a conversation back and forth with anyone at the table. You don't have a conversation back and forth with anyone in the room. You talk to me. I then have them address you. We go back and forth that way, right? Everything comes through the moderator. So we limit debate to 3 minutes per person. So if you come up and you have something to say, make sure you are succinct because you've got 3 minutes to get through it. And if you're in line to speak and you say your piece and then you go to the back of the line, I'm going to let everyone who hasn't spoken yet speak before you speak again to try to make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak. Thank you. Next up, I have just a couple of quick announcements. There are snacks and beverages available in the room there. The proceeds are going to go to help the Barnstead Helpers Group and Neighbors Helping Neighbors. And finally, School Board Chair Jason Henry would like to make some recognitions.
Morning, everybody. This good? Hold on, let me go closer. How about now? All right, thank you. A couple of things. First, I'd like to thank Doreen Wittenberg. She came on for a year on the school board to help us out when we lost a school board member. We have a new school board member joining us as of next meeting, Ian Harmon. So he wanted to be looking forward to working with him. I would like to thank everybody that's here that organized us for today to be here. It's a lot of work. I would like to thank here for the snacks. I really appreciate that as well. And a big thanks to our admin team to putting a lot of this together for information for all of you. It's a lot of work that they do behind the scenes. And lastly, thank you for all for being here today. No matter how we turn out, we're still neighbors, and hopefully friends along the way. But thank you very much for being here today. Appreciate that.
Now I'll read the election results for the 2026 elections. For school clerk, Timothy Eade, 460 votes, unopposed. For school treasurer, we had Hillary Henry, 466 votes, also unopposed. For school board, we had Brandy Pelletier with 235 votes. We had Doreen Wittenberg with 192 votes. Ian Harmon with 247 votes. Andrew Harris with 145 votes. And Catherine McGuire with 133 votes. There were 7 write-in ballots that did not affect any election results. For school moderator, we had John Savage with 477 votes, unopposed. Next, we're going to move on to the warrant. Article 1 is to hear any reports of agents, auditors, committees, or officers chosen and to pass any vote relating thereto.
I can do it. Good morning. Phil, would you mind taking us to the next slide? So a quick update on the ongoing construction project here at Barnstead Elementary School. If you weren't able to enter the building through the new addition, the folks from Milestone has left, but I think a few of us administrators can stay after the meeting. If you'd like to exit through the addition, just when you leave the meeting, turn left instead of going down to the front of the building, and go up through the middle school hallway. We call it D-Wing, and we'll help you if you're not familiar with the layout of the school, and you can leave through that new addition. The floor slabs have all been poured, walls are framed. It's unfinished, but if you're interested in seeing that, we can accommodate that if you haven't been out there. That addition, which is kind of built around a gymnasium and stage, we expect to be open next fall when the school opens for the 26-27 school year. We also expect this room to be fully renovated and the kitchen to be finished and opened when we start the new school year next fall. That means that we won't be using all those new spaces for their ultimate intended purposes. We'll be using some of those new spaces to move classrooms into while the renovations of existing spaces continue to take place for most of next school year. We expect Milestone Construction to complete the expansion and renovation of the school sometime around this time next year. So March or April, but certainly by the end of the school year. And the only exception to that might be the playground that might go in over the summer following the end of the year next year, just for the sake of safety for our students at the school. If you didn't notice them, posted in the windows in the lobby either on voting day or this morning, and if you didn't see them on the school's website, which I understand probably isn't something everybody goes to all that often, this year there's a new state law that required school districts to publish certain line graphs that show our spending over the last 10 years. For your convenience, if you picked up a yellow handout this morning, these same graphs are on that yellow handout. So the first one here shows spending per pupil after our audit has been completed. So this is as determined by the Department of Education every year. We do an audit after the end of the school year. We hire an independent auditing company to audit our books at the end of the year. That audit is complete in September or October. The results go into the Department of Education, and typically during the first 2 weeks of January, they've verified the results and they issue a report on per pupil spending by every school district in New Hampshire. So the red line on this graph, the ones that are posted, we're limited by the law as to what can be on those printouts. But here, I've added, because we're allowed to, a little more information. The red line in the middle there, that is 2020. That's when this school board and the Alton School Board entered into a shared services agreement. So instead of having 3 superintendents and 3 business administrators and 3 special ed directors, now we have 1 superintendent with 1 assistant superintendent, 1 business administrator. We will have 1 special ed director going into next year, fiscal 27. So these are inflation adjusted. So when adjusted for inflation, you can see that our per pupil spending has actually been lower the last 5 years than it was the previous 5. Can we see the next one? I'm going to go faster through these others. This is our average teacher salary, and you see a similar effect. That's not because we are paying teachers less. Number one, these are adjusted for inflation. So this shows that we are paying less compared to inflation, but also we have a pretty significant population of newer teachers, earlier career teachers, and as a result, they are making a little less. So our average teacher salary isn't increasing at the rate of inflation, even though in the last teacher's contract that was approved last year, it's not here today, we are actually paying a bit more competitively, probably than we have in decades, at least the last 20 years. And then this is salaries for administration. So this is the central office and the principal's office administrators' salaries added together and then adjusted for inflation. And again, you can see with that red line, since the boards decided to cooperate on sharing central office services, we are spending less than we were in the 5 years at the beginning of this 10-year period. And then this is another, so I'm going to shift gears. That was a little bit about spending. This is about revenue. So if you could somehow live in 30 different towns in New Hampshire at the same time and you went to 30 of these meetings, first of all, God bless you. But second, I don't think you would hear a lot of talk about revenues in a lot of school districts. But since that point in time, in 2020, when the Alton and Barnstead school boards decided to combine central offices, they set some strategic objectives for us, and one of them was to look for ways to increase revenue. So today, you are going to hear a bit about revenue, and if you have the orange sheet, that's revenues. On one side of that, you see our projected revenues for next year, which are significantly less than our actual revenues this year. On the flip side of that sheet, I've highlighted 3 areas that are pretty important, I think, to look at. And I'm going to find it in Mr. Savage's book so I can look along at it. Does somebody have one for me? Thanks, Brandon. All right, and I'll go a little faster, but I think it's really important. Look, I understand why people are here. Everyone on our team respects what happens at these meetings. I grew up going to small town Warner, New Hampshire annual meetings, and I love this. I think this is very important. Our prediction of unreserved fund balance for next year on our anticipated revenue sheet, we put in $250,000. You'll see that this year that number's quite a bit higher. Why is revenue important? It lowers the amount that needs to be raised through property taxes. That's important, right? Everyone agrees, I'm sure, that lowering the amount that needs to be raised through property taxes is important. We're having a good year right now, both at Prospect Mountain High School and here at Barnstead Elementary. Every month, we give the school board an expenditure report that shows how we are performing on every line item in the budget against the approved budget. Not all New Hampshire school districts do this, and shame on them. It's part of our job, and it's what we do, and it's one of the reasons you don't read about us in the newspaper going millions of dollars over budget and not knowing what happened to the money. That won't happen here. Sorry. It annoys me when people do a lousy job. We get paid. We should do a good job. Now I'm really sorry. That number is likely to be much higher than $250,000 after we conclude the year and our audit is completed. The problem is we don't know everything that's going to happen between now and June 30th. So we use a conservative estimate of unreserved fund balance on this revenue sheet. this is not the number that your property taxes will be calculated from. It'll be the actual number. Once our audit's done and has been submitted to the Department of Education next fall, it then goes to the Department of Revenue Administration, which works with the town to set the tax rate. So that number will be different and very likely higher. But this is how we have to estimate revenues for the purposes of this meeting. The second line that I think is very important to look at this year on the estimated revenues sheet is the adequate education grant line, which you will see is down by about $500,000. Now, this is state aid for education. This is nothing that the school board or we control, and it's nothing that can be controlled here at this meeting. It gets controlled once every 2 years in Concord when the state budget is set and the legislature tweaks the adequacy and differentiated aid formulas. For one thing, adequacy aid from the state increases at a rate of 2% a year, no matter what the actual rate of inflation is. The actual rate of inflation over the last 6 years has been more than 2% every year, and in some of those years, very much more. The more important thing for us today, and what I wrote about on this sheet, is that this year, for the first time in the last 7, or at least as long as I'm aware of, Barnstead no longer qualifies for one component of this extremely complicated aid formula called the Extraordinary Needs Grant. So we are losing $466,000 in state aid from this year to next year. Money we're getting this year that we won't get next year. And just not to get too into the detail unless somebody wants to ask later, the Extraordinary Need Grant is a calculation that estimates economic need in a town. So what you might conclude is that the legislature's aid formula has decided that Barnstead is better off than it used to be, and therefore doesn't need this state aid. And that is a question to take up with your legislators. Maybe 1 or 2 of them are here, I don't know. And then the third thing I want to talk about with revenue goes to this chart that's on the screen and the last point that's on this orange sheet, which is real revenue being paid to our school district in the form of open enrollment tuition. I'm going to guess that somebody has read the words open enrollment in the newspaper or on the internet sometime in the last few months. We were the first and are currently the only school district running an open enrollment program. No matter what you read or are told, other school districts are paying tuition bills. We are receiving revenue. For fiscal 27, the year we're here talking about today, we estimate our open enrollment billing will be $467,144. It might not be that exact number, but that's the estimate. It could be a few thousand more, a few thousand less. Barnstead, because of the formula in the joint maintenance agreement with Alton that governs how the high school is administered, Barnstead will receive 54.45% of excess revenues at the high school in fiscal 27. That number is going to come up again later, 54.45%. That means that that percentage of students at the high school who come from Alton or Barnstead are from Barnstead. So more than half of the local high school students here in our district are Barnstead residents. That means Barnstead gets a little more than half of this money back. So on the revenue sheet again, to jump back and forth, I hope it's okay, you can see $254,360 estimated as revenue for next fiscal year as open enrollment tuition coming in. This chart shows, under the terms of the current law that exists, what our open enrollment revenue at the high school ought to be. So $467,000 this year, a little over $1 million next year, a little over $1.5 million the year after that. And once the open enrollment program gets to about $2 million or a little over $2 million, at that point we will have reached the high school's capacity to take in students from outside of the district without adding more costs. If you add a bunch more costs, there's no point in doing this. The idea is to set our capacity so that students who come from other towns, and you know what some of the other towns are, I was just about to state them, but I'm going to try not to. But students coming from other towns should fill seats that would otherwise exist but be empty. So we already have a teacher who we were paying, we already have lights turned on, we already have heat in the building, but if we have 12 or 14 students in a classroom and we could add 4 or 5 more without adding any cost, we then get this revenue. So that's the open enrollment's going to come up again later. But that's why you're seeing this. You've never seen this at the annual meeting before because we were waiting for some things to be worked out at the state level, but the Supreme Court issued a unanimous opinion in October that has clarified things, and that's why we are including an estimate of open enrollment tuition revenue on the revenue sheet today. And that is it for me. Was there anything else that I'm supposed to talk about today? I'm sure everyone's heard more than enough. So thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, I'll entertain a question if you want to come to the mic.
Denise Adjutant, 296 Holmes Road. The question was read, but it was not moved or seconded.
Oh, my apologies. Would someone move and second Article 1 for us?
Second.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Harold Conrad. Many of you know me by Tim. It has nothing to do with Clark on my hat. That has to do with a university in Worcester, Massachusetts, which was the home of American rocketry. We got that out of the way. Many of you remember Prospect Mountain High School. It was built a number of years ago with great floors, walls, windows, partitions. Unfortunately, there was a roof failure, and that had to be replaced in 10 years, if I am correct. What is going on with today's construction at Barnstead Elementary to prevent this type of a failure in any of the construction areas? Do we have a clerk of the works? Is it up to the school board? I'd be just interested to know how we can avoid another $1 million or whatever it was expenditure on another structure. Thank you.
All right. I know nobody wants to hear my voice, but two important things are part of this project. First, when a school district receives state building aid, which we are, for a little over half the cost of this project, we are required to have an owner's project manager, which is just the name in current law for a clerk of the works. So that's an independent entity. It's an individual. His name's Gordon Bristol, who does this for a living, in addition to our construction management firm and our architect and engineering firm. And so yes, the answer to that part is yes. And then the other part is we're building this school. We weren't here to build the high school, and we've built things before. Sorry.
So we do have a certain amount of protection against catastrophic failure.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Milestone's been in business a long time. One of the problems, again, our administration team wasn't here at the time, but there are some folks on the board and in the audience who were around to deal with that problem at Prospect Mountain High School. We're dealing with a stable firm that's been in business for a long time that I expect would still be in business to warranty their work in the near future. Absolutely.
Diane Byer, 1207 Suncook Valley Road. I was actually on the building and grounds for the high school, and we actually did take action against Harvey Construction, who was the GC. There was a lawsuit filed on behalf of both Barnstead and Alton that we did win. And every single issue that pretty much was every issue in the high school failed. We were able to recoup from the different contractors. So the board did take action against all of those that were involved in the building of the high school.
All right, thank you. Hearing nothing else on Article 1, I'd like to move on to Article 2 so that we can keep moving through this meeting. Article 2, the Barnstead School District's average cost per pupil for FY25 was $19,493. ELA proficiency was 31%, There is nothing to vote on. All right, all those in favor of accepting the information presented for Article 1, please indicate by raising your card and saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you, motion passes. All right, to start again, Article 2, the Barnstead School District's average cost per pupil for FY25 was $19,493. ELA proficiency was 31%, math proficiency was 16%, science proficiency was 32%. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, $20,109,458.00. Fiscal note, the amount of $5,901,513 is the net appropriation for the Prospect Mountain High School operating budget, which is included in the gross budget amount listed above and recommended by the Joint Maintenance Amendment, JMA. Budget Committee for the support of schools, for the payment of salaries for the school district officials and agents, and for the payment of statutory obligations of the district. This warrant does not include appropriations in any other warrant articles. The Barnstead School Board recommends $20,109,458 by a vote of 5-0. The Barnstead Budget Committee recommends $20,109,458 by a vote of 8-0. Majority vote required. Is there a motion?
Michelle Rosado, 174 West Lock Road, Barnstead Budget Committee Chair. Mr. Moderator, I make a motion to accept the article as written.
Thank you. And a second?
Mr. Moderator,
Diane
second.
Byer, 1207 Suncook Valley. I'll second.
Thank you, Diane. Is there discussion?
Michelle Rosado, 174 West Lock Road. I did just want to note that there were reduction lines made in this budget. The school board later voted to agree with the budget committee's number. I just wanted to make that clear that there was a difference in the budget amounts originally after the budget committee meetings were held. The reductions were in line 2310.53300, reduced by $15,000. Line 2310.53310, a reduction of $10,000, and line 2320.51170, a reduction of $6,000. Thank you.
State your
Ann
name.
Watson, 397 South Barnstead Road. My concern is class size in Barnstead. So the first question I have through you, Mr. Moderator, probably to the principal of the school committee, is the number of classes and the class size at the Barnstead Elementary School. Thank you.
Last board packet, guys.
And while you're looking that up, I think some of it is generated based on what student to teacher ratio is for the state as opposed to class size average for the state or class size average nationwide.
I'll do this, guys. Okay.
Tim.
There is local policy in addition to state regulation on class sizes. So what the school board attempts to do is have us keep class sizes smaller in younger grades and allow them to get larger as the students get larger. Currently, our average class size in kindergarten is 14 students. We can accommodate a few more than that, obviously, but that's 3 classes.
So you have 3 classes of 14 currently.
3 classes, average 14. Grade 1, we currently have 2 classes, average 14. That used to be 3, but due to small size, we've combined into 2. In the proposed budget, there is a reduction of 1 teaching position for this reason. Grade 2, our class size averages just 13, so we're right on the precipice of that combining and reducing. In grade 4, we go up
How
to 15.
many second grades?
We have 3 second grade classrooms, 3
At
third grade.
13?
I'm gonna ask you to let him
Oh,
finish
sorry.
and then ask new questions. Thank you.
So the answer to the question is that we have 3 grade 2 classes with an average class size of 13. We have 3 grade 3 classes around the same size as the second grade classes. Then they start to get larger. We have 3 fourth grade classes at an average of 15. Then they go up to 19 in 3 grade 5 classrooms, 21 on average in just 2 grade 6 classrooms, 18 in grade 7, 3 classrooms, 18, sometimes down to 17 students come and go during a school year in 3 grade 8 rooms. Because we have 2 in grade 6 and 3 classrooms I'm talking about, in grades 5, 7, and 8, we have the ability to move teachers with larger and smaller groups of kids. So again, the budget proposed for next year includes eliminating 1 teaching position in the younger grades because of those numbers that we see in 1st and 2nd grade.
Again, through you, Mr. Moderator. So are these 13s and 14s determined by the state or determined by the town of Barnstead? Looking at 3 13s, we're talking 39. It could be a 19 and a 20, whereas that seems to be the national average. And with the small class sizes, the test scores should be through the roof, and they're not. So, can someone answer if it's state or town?
Oh, I'm sorry, I heard a statement, not a question.
Sorry.
So there is both state law and board policy on class sizes, and once we do our hiring in June, we then find out how many students are here in September and make adjustments then. So we estimate how many students we think we're going to have based on current enrollment, and then we see how many families come and go.
Yes, but again, through you, Mr. Moderator, my question is this 13 or 14 state mandated or a determination by Barnstead?
I'm going to try one more time, Mr. Moderator. There is no state or local mandate for a class size of either 13 or 14. We build the number of classes by board policy, which asks us, off the top of my head, to try to stay closer to 15 in the very youngest grades, then going to 18, and then going over 20 when the kids get up into 5th through 8th. But once we've done that, the number of students who enroll, we are always a year behind in reacting to enrollment, which is why we proposed reducing staffing by a teaching position in next year's budget.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion based on this information that we cut the budget an additional $159,552, which would be the equivalent of 3 elementary school teachers based on these exceedingly low numbers. It's okay to have low class sizes when revenues are high, but when you're asking the town to fund a tremendous budget, I think cutting the 3 classes is going to give classes of 18, maybe 19, but still below the national average. Do I have a second?
Excuse me, I call for seconds, but I need you to restate the number, please.
Sure. $159,552.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Barbara Comtois, I'll second that from White Oak Road.
Thank you, Barbara. Is there more discussion?
Linda Bramante, 118 North Barnstead Road. My question is, looking into the future, it sounds like we're having fewer and fewer students come into the elementary school. Is there, and we're building a new elementary school with the addition, is there any thought to having open enrollment at the elementary school to bring in some revenue?
Jason?
So you will see later, there is a warrant article asking to designate us for open enrollment for the elementary school right this time, a capacity, we couldn't do it, but as for expansion, as we reduce, if that warrant article passes, then absolutely, that's what we'll be looking for in that, that's why I want the warrant article is there, so possibly for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Barbara Comtois again, Senate White Oak Road. I'm here because I just want to go over the budget numbers. And it looks like it's close to a $3 million increase. And based on this, it looks like you've included the debt service on the bond for almost $1.3 million into that number. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if we vote on the budget as is, that's a $3.03 increase per thousand for the town. Am I reading this correctly? I just want to make sure that everyone understands that it's a $3.03 increase total. That's what it said in the book for the school budget. Could someone just verify that, please?
Heidi? Is 303 the right number? Before we added to the... So that estimate in the book is if we do not receive or have even all of the projected revenues on your orange sheet here today. So if we don't have at least $250,000 in remaining fund balance at the end of the year, which we expect to have more. If we don't receive open enrollment revenue as we've predicted on that sheet, which we expect to receive, if we don't have those revenues, then that would be an accurate number. And this is just the one tricky thing, and look, we don't know what actual tax impact will be until next November, and it is because we don't know revenues.
Ms. Barr, thank you for that. So it's safe to say that based on the numbers, which I'm assuming that the DRA and the board did their due diligence, that we can rely on a $3.03 increase on this budget as stated on our tax bill if the revenue numbers come in as is. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Sherry Bowden. I'm from South Barnstead Road. First of all, thank you all for your service, serving on the school board and the budget committee who has worked on this. I have a couple of questions. The first one
Can
being...
I get you to get closer to the mic?
Sure. My first question is, I'm working on it. My first question is the proposed budget for January 31st, 2026 during the budget hearing was at $19,495,606. I noticed that the final proposed budget is now at $19,754,603. What is the difference between those two numbers? Which is $264,000.
Just give a second. Business administrator is looking it up.
No problem. Thank you. While the business administrator is looking that up, I also want to move on to thank you. I also want to move on to the classroom size that was touched on by a previous person. I understand you're eliminating one next year due to the decline in classroom size and in enrollment. It seems as though overall enrollment has dropped based on the information that I was able to find online. If you look back to 2018, we had an enrollment of 483 students in this school, this particular elementary school. Today, we have 404, and it's continuing to drop. And I know you're planning on removing one teacher from the budget. It seems to me that there's room for a little more trimming. So that's not really a question, just more of a narrative. My next question is, Special education. I know during that meeting, the superintendent shared with me that there were 23 positions budgeted for special education, and that 7 of them were unfilled, correct?
For para-educators.
Para-educators. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Yes, para-educators. Okay. So of those 7 that were not filled at that time, have they been filled?
Well, one. One has, since we spoke about that.
Okay. So there are 6
And
remaining.
if anybody is interested in a job, we would love to talk to you.
Nice plug. My next question then goes directly to the Budget Committee. They were so good about prorating for the town, specifically with a couple of positions that were mentioned. Were prorations made in this budget? No. Okay, so that's good. That's a good number to work with as well. Any answer on my first question?
Can you show our business administrator what
Sure.
the paper you're looking at, please? Thank you. Sorry about that.
Next, please.
Darcina Varney, 50 Holmes Road. Looking at the budget, can you help us understand why special education transportation has increased 91%? It's not like we're seeing the same spike in the salaries, so where is that increase coming from?
Just the average cost of transportation itself has gone way up. Not the salaries, but just the cost itself. And the superintendent can explain that a little more on that.
All right.
Go ahead.
They want to hear your voices, not mine. So that line in the budget is for transportation for students in out-of-district special ed placements, not for students who attend Barnstead Elementary School. And unless, first of all, if we can hire drivers for our vans, we can spend less on that transportation. That's been extremely hard for us to do. We do have somebody in training now to start doing that. But again, we're still looking for folks who would like to drive a special ed transportation van on a part-time basis. Please talk to us after the meeting. We save a lot of money in that line when we can employ our own drivers. But what we are left with under the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act that passed in the 1960s in Washington, D.C., is a federal mandate that we must provide transportation for students in out-of-district special ed placements, and we have to do it with contracted services. The cost of those contracted services in the last 5 or 6 years has begun to exceed the cost of tuition in those specialized schools. So it is the case now that typically the amount we pay to transport a child to and from a special ed school each day is more than the amount we pay the school to educate that child. And that's a market-driven thing. We are constantly looking for new providers and having them compete with one another. And if anybody would like to start a small business providing special ed, it sounds like a joke. It's not a joke. Talk to us. There is a great demand among public school districts to get these costs under control.
On that same note, if I can continue, I'm sorry. So that's $300,000.
Closer to the mic.
Sorry, that's $300,000 more for transporting what I understand to be roughly 25% of students if all of them are placed out of district. That's $300,000 more a year in transportation than all of the other Barnstead kids that are transported to and from school, according to the budget numbers. So if that's the case, is there conversation about what we need to do as a school district to bring special education services back here in town to support rather than outsourcing this to other towns, especially if that special education number, for whatever reason, is going to continue to increase?
Yes, that is always a goal, to try to bring them back to the schools when we can. You have special education teams always looking at this. We don't want to spend out of money out of district if we don't have to, and it's constantly reevaluated. But a lot of these cases we have, and it's not just here, I work in another town too, it's the same thing. The same costs have gone way up for out of district of things that just can't handle and need specialized care.
Excuse me. I'm going to ask the person behind you to speak first. Thank you.
Andrew Siebert, 454 Narrows Road. If we take that money out of the budget, who chooses where we make up that money? It would be the school board or the school admin?
If anything is reduced, okay, then the school board will look back and decide where we can make the cuts and decide where that might come out of.
So it wouldn't necessarily be dropping teachers' positions to make up that money. It could be out of any extras,
Correct.
or I would assume that we want to
As
keep.
a board, it's our duty to, educate the children as our number one thing. So we would look at what is best for our children, and then if that means we believe the teaching positions belong, yes, and we look for somewhere else. And if we can't, then that might be also be a possibility to reduce teaching.
I mean, I feel like 14 students per teacher is a pretty decent, it's a pretty good number. So, okay. Thank you.
Carrie Engelhart, 85 Pineo Road. I'm just wondering if someone could explain what you guys are doing in regards to transportation for cost sharing. So are you guys looking at the...
Carrie, you need to put your mouth like right against the mic.
Is that better?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Are you guys looking at cost sharing between the sending and receiving district, as well as those children who are being placed out of district with DCYF? Are you guys looking at cost sharing with the division?
So special ed placements, which is what the previous question was about from Mrs. Varney and what I think we're still talking about, those are not other public school districts. Those are privately run, in most cases, special ed schools, either incorporated as nonprofits or as actual for-profit companies. So we are completely responsible for that transportation by law. This is a federal mandate that is unfunded by either the Fed or our state government.
Thank you for that clarification. The other thing is, it seems like we have some teachers who are looking at getting rid of positions for. I know that there has been an issue within the elementary school as far as special education and having enough teachers there for that. Is there a plan to get more teachers in that position?
So we are currently, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, because we've had a pretty good year, we have a half-time person in one position, and otherwise we are fully staffed for certified educators, including special ed teachers at Barnstead Elementary School.
So if we had more special educators at the elementary school, do you feel like those kids that are now being placed out of district could actually be managed, some of them, within our school district?
There's been a very significant shift in the last, I'll say, 5 years in not just Barnstead, but in American public elementary schools, that more and more of the younger students out of district placements that have become necessary are for behavioral reasons, behavioral disabilities, as opposed to learning disabilities. So more staff in our school would be unlikely to change the behaviors that are extremely disrupting to the learning environment for all our other children.
Thank you.
Dwayne Rhines, 477 White Oak Road.
Dwayne, you're going to have to speak up.
Oh, sorry. Dwayne Rhines, 477 White Oak Road. Two points. First of all, as a parent who will have 2 young children joining Barnstead Elementary School in the next 2 years, I would really not like to see the class size increase dramatically, so I oppose cutting the positions the other lady proposed. And second, could you tell me this budget, how much of a percentage increase over last year's budget that was? Is the lady's previous number, I think, of 3.3% or 3.03% correct?
All right, you want me to keep going? I'll keep going. So in the operating budget, the increases for school operations, what happens at Barnstead Elementary and Prospect Mountain High School combined, is 5.82%. There are other increases related to debt service. As you can see on this slide, $1,279,000. That is to service debt related to the construction and renovation project. So I am not trying to mislead anyone by differentiating between the areas of increase. The total increase is what it is. But when it comes to school operations, 5.82 is for the two schools. Now, if we back Barnstead Elementary out by itself, do you have that number handy, Heidi, or can you get it for me? It's less, because we have a very significant increase at the high school, which you can see on the first line below the total. High school operating cost increase is $629,392.
Yeah.
That is based on the contract between Alton and Barnstead.
Okay. Actually, from the seats, that slide is almost impossible to read.
May I read it, Mr. Moderator?
So this number of 20 million, what is the percentage? There's 20,109,458. What percentage is that higher than last year's budget?
Oh, all in, it's I think over 13%. It includes the debt service of, I'm reading from the bottom up if you cannot see this slide.
I can see it now. But
the total increases in the budget are $997,923 for the operations of the schools. That includes $629,392 to pay for Barnstead's share of high school operating costs. So that's roughly 2/3 of the increase is for high school operations. The significant reason for that is that this year, Barnstead has 52.23% of the students at Prospect Mountain High School, and next year has 54.45% of the students, which means Barnstead becomes responsible for that much more of the high school's total operating cost. The increase in elementary special ed out-of-district transportation of $280,000 was already spoken about this morning, and is another part of that $997,923 increase. And when you back out the high school operating cost and special ed transportation, the rest of the increase for school operations is $88,531. So other than increases at the high school and for special ed transportation, the proposed budget for school operations is up $88,531. The component for this school only is up 3.4%.
Okay, but the overall is like 15%.
And because I'm reading the slide for those who can't, and I apologize, sir and Mr. Moderator, but because I'm reading the slide for those who cannot see it, after we talk about $997,923 increase for school operations, there is also new for next tax year, the first significant impact for debt service for this construction project. To fund the community's roughly half share of these costs, debt service next year will cost $1,279,751.
Thank you, and please keep the additional teachers.
Steve Bowden, 479 South Barnstead Road. There's a motion pending on the floor for $159,000 and change in cuts. Knowing that the average teacher salary in Barnstead is approximately $50,000, my question for the superintendent, Mr. Moderator, is what is your best estimate of the cost of benefits above and beyond that $50,000?
So the average cost for one teacher is, with benefits all in, is $80,000, salary and benefits.
Thank you. So the pending cut would actually only amount to 2 positions should the board elect to follow with her recommendation of cutting some positions.
Correct.
Thank you. Additionally, I said this last year at our meeting, and I'm going to repeat it again this year. Barnstead has 6 people in its IT department, serving approximately 1,000 students and 2 buildings. By comparison, the city of Rochester has 8 people in its IT department. They serve currently 7 buildings and roughly 4,000 students. So as another suggestion for places where things can be cut and made more streamlined, that is an area the board needs to look at. Thank you.
Nancy Carr, Barnstead Parade. Can you guys hear me? Okay. You got some wipes here? No. My question is, on Article 2, for the $20,109,458, what is the projected tax impact per thousand? The other 2 warrant articles that have dollar amounts on them, there's a listed tax impact. On this one, there is not. And I think it would help if people in the room knew what that tax impact per thousand is going to be. I mean, I see on the slide $1.19, but I want to know the total that's going to show up on the tax bill.
I know that some people are going to hate this answer, but this is how it works. The increase associated with school operations amounts to 92 cents per thousand. The increase associated with debt service is $1.18 per thousand. The increases that might be associated with other warrant articles are listed in those warrant articles. The total depends on the votes taken today and then our actual revenue experience next year, which we underestimate so that we don't get ourselves into trouble with you next year when we told you we were expecting money to come in to lower taxes and it doesn't show up. And that's why I spent time earlier talking about that revenue sheet. I cannot, neither can anybody else in this room, if they're honest, tell you what the impact on tax bills is going to be next year. We can tell you the worst case scenario, which is what we've done. And you can add those numbers.
Jason?
Yeah, like that. Tim, and we have received already monies paid towards tuition, so we know the estimates in there is pretty darn close that we might have more than what's there.
Yeah, I had a conversation with a reporter from the Concord Monitor last week about a school district that took a vote recently about not paying its bill, and I informed him and sent him copies of the canceled checks because they have already paid their bills.
I'd like to make a suggestion on the slideshow. When Mrs. Byer did it, we could read it because the background was white. That blue background makes it difficult to see because I didn't see the 92 cents per thousand or the $1.18 per thousand until I stood up here. So let's do a service to the taxpayers and make that slideshow easier to read. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I state my name, can everyone hear me? Okay, barely. Annie LeBlanc, 271 Narrows Road. First, I'd like to speak as a mother of 2 young children that go to Barnstead Elementary. I want to say how impressed I've been with the education they've received. I know that their teachers could make a lot more money in other school districts here in New Hampshire. I know that the money they must be spending out of their own pocket on some of the projects I've seen come home based on what we're spending per pupil. And I just want to say we moved here this last year from the Seacoast, and I've just been really impressed, and I'm really happy that my son is in a kindergarten class with very few students so that he gets the attention and the education he deserves. I'd like to second the gentleman that asked to not cut more positions than the one that's already been budgeted. Now I'd like to speak as a educator. I have 15 years experience, not just as a teacher, but before that a para-educator, and then before that at an outplacement school here in New Hampshire. And based on what I'm hearing, I hear We don't want to spend money to send kids to outplacement centers, but we also want to lower the classroom sizes. Well, one of the people that I worked with at the time ended up leaving. Well, I think she left. I know I left because part of her lower lip was bit off by a student at the outplacement. So if we're going to be asking to bring back lots of these students that have been outplaced, and then on top of that, not giving teachers raises that they deserve, and then on top of that, putting more and more kids in their classroom, it's not going to get better. It's going to get a lot worse. So that's just something to think about from my experience. And also, I taught kindergarten, second grade, and fourth grade in a public school in New Hampshire near the seacoast. And especially in kindergarten, I don't know, and has anyone in here seen Kindergarten Cop? The scene where the little girl can't get her overalls to go off to the bathroom? If you raise it to more than, like, up towards 20 kids, you're going to lose teaching time because you have a student pee their pants or throw up on the rug or can't tie their shoes. They have snot dripping down their face. Honestly, we're going to be losing a lot more teaching time. Test scores will go down, not up like we want, and then our town will suffer for that. So those are all just things based on my own experience in school districts. And I just want to say thank you to the Barnstead teachers for what they've been doing. And I hope we can keep giving students what they deserve. Thank you.
Hi, Wayne Whitney from 116 North Road. I have kind of a technical question that I want to ask the board and the superintendent. On page 83, and at the bottom of the line, there's a sentence that says, fund balance to reduce taxes. Now, my question is that technically, there's going to be money that's going to be generated from hard work from the superintendent, Tim Broderick, and the board coming into the town next year, and it could be $500,000. Wouldn't it be nice if we saw a decrease in the operating budget by $500,000 instead of it going into general unaccrued funds to the town? I think that next year we can see the work that you've done and we're going to be happy. I don't know if that can be technically done, but I would wish that you could at least look at it for next year's budget. Thank you.
I think I understand the intent of this question because I've heard it before, and I think it goes like this. If the board's been having us work hard for the last several years to create revenue streams through this open enrollment thing and another program we may talk about later, we're going to talk about later, called the Granite State Academy, can we just reduce the budget by the amount of revenue we plan to have, knowing that we'll use that revenue to pay the bills? The answer is we're not allowed to do that. It doesn't mean we won't be able to use the revenue to pay the bills. That's the whole point, to generate revenue to help pay the bills. But if we reduce our appropriation, the total amount approved for us to spend, then we're not allowed to spend it, no matter where the money's coming from. So if we are going to have expenses, even if we're raising the money to pay them, we have to put those expenses in our budget.
Thank you.
Linda.
Linda Bramante, 118 North Brunstead Road. Could we just clarify? My understanding was that the tax impact in total was going to be $3.14, $3.09, something to that effect. And what we have here is about $2 per 1,000.
Did the $3 estimate include none of the revenues and, yep. So the revenue lines I spoke about earlier, we increased our estimate of unreserved fund balance to $250,000. If you look at the current year, that number's far more than that. The estimate that's in the book was based on 0, which is not realistic. 250 is low. It is very likely to be much more. And we did not include open enrollment revenue, that 237 some of you are looking at the orange sheet right now, revenue, in that estimate in the book. And this goes again to the heart of this question about tax impact. The truth is, nobody knows, except we're trying to give you estimates. In the book, that's the worst case estimate, and I can tell you that's not going to happen. What we've tried to do here is give you a still conservative estimate. We think we will outperform, but that's a little more realistic because we do have these revenue sources. And it's one of the reasons I took the time to prepare the sheet and talk about it at the beginning of this meeting. A meeting that can't consider what revenues might do to its taxes doesn't have all the information. So we're doing the best we can, understanding that we don't get the real numbers until long after you have to make these difficult decisions today.
The money that has been received or will be received from prior years from open enrollment, I know some of it was still outstanding back in January from other towns. At this point, how much has been received, and is that part of unassigned fund balance, or where is that money sitting at this point?
Yeah. So some of that revenue that we have received is see that $579,987 in unreserved fund balance for the current year? It's there. So some of that money we've already received is there. As of right now, the amount we have outstanding is about $117,000. There's one district that thinks it's going to go to the Supreme Court and have its own brand of fund there, and I wish them well. But everything else has been paid, and I will find that number, Mr. Moderator, if you want to continue.
Okay, I'm all set. Thank you.
Thank you. How much have we received so far in total? Go ahead.
Jennifer Reel.
You're going to have to speak much louder, please.
Jennifer Reel, Will Smith Road. Could you please explain what the proficiency ratings are?
I love this question. The number, first, sorry, Mr. Moderator, the number of open enrollment tuition that has been paid to Prospect Mountain High School so far by other districts, no matter what you hear, is $375,221. That money has been or will be returned to Alton and Barnstead. And some of that money is in that $579,987 unreserved fund balance return in fiscal year 26. Now to one of my favorite questions in education. What is a proficiency level? A proficiency level is a test score that has been determined by a group of legislators to reflect what students should know or be able to do at their grade level. We don't participate in setting what is considered proficient or not proficient. We don't have a detailed list of what it entails, except to the extent that we have grade level standards approved by the State Board of Education that our teachers align their curriculum and instruction to. It is primarily Mr. Jazokis's job to work with our teachers on this very topic, which he's been doing for the 3 years that he's worked here. We have begun to see growth at a rate higher than the state average. That happened last year for the first time probably in a very, very long time here at Barnstead Elementary. But the state average proficiency levels are incredibly low. So when you read a proficiency level, like 20-something% or 30-something%, it might be helpful to know that the state average proficiency level on that same test was 45% or was 52%. The language in this warrant article is dictated by a new law that went into effect this year that prohibits us from including the state average information.
So for the example you used, if the state average is 45, 55, the highest percentage we have is 31.
We are below state average in our proficiency ratings on all tests. There is no question. 3 years ago, Barnstead Elementary was identified as a CPI school, CSI school, Comprehensive Support and Improvement. That meant that 3 years ago, student test scores were in the bottom 5% in the state of New Hampshire. We have exited that status and have begun to show growth. It is a very long-term project. I understand that it's frustrating, and I am here to hear the criticisms, but our job is to show growth and improvement, and that is what we're doing, and working toward what should be a community like Barnstead. There are some really reliable indicators of how kids should do that have to do with socioeconomic wealth in a community. Believe it or not, and I know this isn't what you read either, especially depending on your sources, Barnstead's indicators of socioeconomic status are around the state average for New Hampshire, not significantly below by most measures. I'm making your argument right now. I'm not here to deceive anybody. These are the facts. We should see student achievement levels at Barnstead Elementary right around the state average. And these current levels are not acceptable, which is why Mr. Jazokis has been leading the work he's been doing for the last few years. And our teachers have done a lot of work on alignment to state standards, what we call scope and sequence, and what they're teaching. And again, it's the best news we have, and I'm sorry it's not even better, but our students last year on the state tests showed growth above the average rate in New Hampshire for probably the first time in a very long time.
Can you explain what break it down, what does 31% mean?
I wish I could. The legislature sets, it's really, it's one of these things that's kind of given to us, and we're left to go, we're just going to teach the kids. And
is it 31% of the students test at or above grade level?
It is that, sorry, but so it is at or above. Yes, I can tell you that.
So 60% are below grade level
on that test.
On the
And
English.
of those populations tested. So the groups that are tested are grades 3 through 8 in reading and math, and then grades 5 and 8 in science.
So I know we have this other topic coming up, open enrollment.
This will be your last question.
Yes. With these low proficiencies, what makes us think students will want to come to Barnstead Elementary School? Okay, so my biggest concern is the revenues. I know you've reiterated that we cannot really count on those, but with other schools adopting open enrollment, how does that legally affect the whole process? Because if they're not paying tuition, if they adopt open enrollment, they are saying we're not paying for our students to go out of district. There's not going to be any students that are legally able to pay tuition to us. It's been good for a couple years because we're first on the ball.
I'm gonna cut you off.
Forward? Okay.
Actually, you have one behind you.
Diane Byer, 1207 Suncook Valley Road. And it wouldn't be school district meeting if I did not bring up the subject of special education costs in this budget right now is about $4.3 million. Federal government only refunded approximately or reimbursed $600,000, which is absolutely disgraceful considering they're supposed to be reimbursing us at the full 40% according to the IDEA Act, which I'm sorry, Tim, was actually passed in 1975. Not to correct you, but I will. So I'm going to take this opportunity really quickly to remind everyone as the elections are coming up for our state and federal government to demand that our legislatures commit to reimbursing state and local school districts the 40%, because that would have been a reimbursement of well over $1 million, which would have really helped our budget. That is just not taking place. So we need to really make them put their feet to the fire and say, yes, we will commit to stop funding snails walking across a room to see how long it takes at a $1 million study when we could be giving the money for our most valuable and vulnerable students that we should be reimbursed, and it shouldn't be on the back of the local taxpayers. And I would like to move the question on the amendment.
I see that there's one other person who hasn't spoke to this article yet standing, so, or two? Two.
Maura Beck, 97 Winwood Drive. It's a pretty simple question. So you're saying that you have no way of knowing that the tax impact is what you're stating, but you're just covering your CYA, basically, so that we don't fall short, right? The question is, I know how the taxes are broken up into two payments. Is there an adjustment when you realize what the actual impact is on that second tax payment? Will that be adjusted to reflect the actual cost? Do you know what I'm saying? When the tax bills go out, is there an adjustment to the tax impact per thousand?
So the school district doesn't calculate tax rates or send tax bills. Our information after audit goes to the Department of Revenue Administration. They work directly with the town to set tax rates. So I don't want to avoid a question because we want to provide any information we can. Can you, Jim? Jim O'Shaughnessy is our attorney.
Sure.
The district submits a form to the DRA and the DOE, and that form indicates what the actual revenue and unassigned fund balance is at the end of the year, and the DRA uses that number to set the tax rate, so you are not taxed until they have that number, so there's no second adjustment that happens. The tax rate isn't set until like November, October, November, when they have those figures.
So then the actual tax impact would be more closer to what it really is. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not known until October, November. So
Yeah, but it'll be known but before they do that tax rate.
Yes.
Okay, that's the question. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Tim, were you looking to speak?
Hi there, Clark Conrad again. Couple of things here. Does the board think realistically they could cut 500,000 to a million off of this budget?
Your answer, no.
Okay, that's all I want to know. All I want to know. Second question, what is a registered behavioral technician?
Shouldn't have invited me. A registered behavioral technician. I mentioned earlier in this meeting that the most common significant disability among our youngest students has become the area of behavioral disability. A registered behavior technician has a certification and training that allows them to work with our most behaviorally challenged students to try to avoid out-of-district placements. They are trained in things like appropriate ways to physically restrain students. We are extremely limited in public education in professionals' abilities to put their hands on children. But in RBT, also a BCBA, that's another word soup initial thing that falls into this, a board-certified behavior analyst. They have the training to be able to, under limited circumstances, take physical control of a child for the child's safety or to help implement a behavior plan. So they write behavior plans, they implement behavior plans, they collect data to help our intervention teams figure out whether behavior plans are effective. These are all steps we take prior to an IEP team considering a very expensive out-of-district placement.
So do they do IEPs?
No, special ed, certified special ed teachers and administrators actually write and develop IEPs. That's by law.
So that's redundancy between them doing a plan and SPED doing a plan, correct?
No.
It isn't.
No. So
well,
Tim,
we
if I can answer,
I'm sorry.
please.
Go ahead.
I'm going to answer that for you. Over here, Tim. So the RBTs, they're dealing with the child's behavior hopefully before they get into an IEP process. So they're trying to work with the child to see if we can get them stabilized. And after the IEP, if they still need help behaviorally, they may stay still working with that child. But there's two separate processes. This is a person who's working with that child on their behavior. So they're not writing the IEP. They're actually working with those children that have behaviors.
So they're interventionalists.
Yes. A
Okay.
student with an IEP may also have a behavior plan.
Okay.
A student with a behavior plan doesn't necessarily have an IEP.
Okay. I guess we treated behavior differently when I was in school.
And when I was, absolutely.
And you know, it worked. Okay. Third question. Has anybody on the board heard about an RIF? That is called reduction in force. To my knowledge, a reduction in force does not step on any federal toes. Would I be correct? I've been through one in my career.
So it depends. So the board's responsibility would be to, if it needed to conduct a reduction in force due to a change in the budget that the board then decided called for a RIF, it would be the board's responsibility to ensure that any area in which it conducted a RIF did not lead to some violation of federal law.
Good, thank you very much.
But you could violate federal law if you did it wrong, but they would have to make sure you don't.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand that. But that's an option. Let's say that the budget
Tim.
got cut by $1 million, and RIF could be put into place to stay within budget.
I don't usually need help. So we also have state regulation. So yes, the board can conduct a reduction in force if it needs to stay within whatever budget, whatever total appropriation is approved by the annual meeting.
I guess
We could fall under state mandated class size limits, right?
Mm-hmm.
We could end up not being able to meet federal requirements for special education and some other things, depending on how far those reductions went.
And I guess what I'm driving at, and you may not want to or be able to answer that, is are we at a bare bones employment for this school?
So the answer to that question is a matter of opinion, and it's being discussed appropriately with the current amendment, Mr. Moderator. But may I Barnstead Elementary's per pupil spending last year was the 12th lowest in New Hampshire out of 162 school districts that reported spending to the Department of Education. So, can we make cuts? My job is to do whatever I'm told to do by this meeting and the school board.
Of course. Thank you very much.
All right, so everyone's standing up. The question has been called, and you've already spoken, so I'm actually going to go ahead and we're going to hold a vote on the amendment. So, there's the question has been called. You were not standing to speak.
Proceed. John Arteezy, 173 Beauty Hill Road. Just want to make a motion if we could. There's some people in the room here today that have difficulties, and it's already almost 11 o'clock, and a lot of them came here today to vote on Article 10. And it would be kind of nice if we could maybe do a voice vote to see if we could actually vote on that article ahead of time, because a lot of taxpayers in the room really came here to vote on that, and it kind of would be a little bit like fraudulent if they had to leave because of difficulties. So I was wondering if there's any way we could voice vote on that.
We can't do that until we deal with this current amendment, so we have to deal with that first. We are on an article. We finish dealing with that article, and then we can look at moving to Article 10.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. He can make a point of order from the stands. I can hear him. Thank you. That is what the rules say, although those two people have also already spoken to this amendment. So we're moving on because the question has been called and we've had another 10 minutes of debate after that. So we are moving on.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome. Okay, so the amendment is going to change the total to Article 2 from $20,109,458. The new number will be $19,949,906. The rest of the article will remain the same. Do I need to read it? Thank you. By show of card and voice vote, please indicate now if you would like to amend the article as stated. If you are opposed to amending the article, raise your card and say no. No. The article carries. The article is now changed to the $19,949,906. I can see very clearly from here, and we can take the time to count cards, but I can tell you right now that that passed. It's not even close. We can count cards if you'd like. Is that the intention of the room? Thank you. I can see very clearly. If it was close, I would have said to count the cards. Okay. So the budget has been amended. $19,949,906. Correct. And the amendment passed. So that is the new amount. Okay. Is there further debate on Article 2?
Ann Watson, 397 South Barnstead Road. It's really hard. I don't know if the mics are low, but I'm talking really loud and I'm almost touching it, and I don't like germs. Also, I taught for 30 years. I am a teacher. I support the teachers, but I also support the citizens of this community. And when we're looking at a $3.14 increase, we have to find places to make cuts. Your decision will be whatever your decision is, but there's also another area that we have to look at, and that's the superintendent's office. Now, bringing on the superintendent, it's a big job, but someone has to do it. Now, we have 2 directors of buildings and grounds for 3 buildings. That is a concern when towns who have 8 buildings have 1 director. So that's my first thing. The second thing is we have 3 IT techs under the 2 directors. No, I'm sorry, that's buildings and grounds. But for IT, we have a director, a network administrator, and 3 IT techs for 3 buildings. The third thing, we have 3 bookkeepers, again, in the superintendent's office, not even counting the people who are in the schools. We also have a business office assistant and an executive assistant, making 5 secretarial positions. So looking at that budget, for 3 schools, my recommendation would be to cut back, like a reduction in force, 2 bookkeepers, 1 IT support technician, 1 associate special ed director, which I understand you've already made, so I would deduct that amount from my proposal, 1 building and grounds assistant, 1 IT network administrator. The total is $387,546, but that would be less $101,430. So that would be, let's see, $101,430. Can someone with a calculator up there do the, thank you.
You are short on time.
Okay. So the total would be $387,546, less $101,430. $101,430.
I'm going to ask you to come to a point.
Minus 546 minus 101.
Ma'am.
Okay. I'm waiting for the total because he changed the total of how many teachers he, so the total is $286,500. That would take care of alleviating some of these excess administrative positions in a year where we have to make significant cuts. So the amendment to the current amended budget would be to take out, $287,000, $287,500. Do I have a second? Oh, you.
I ask for seconds. Thank you. Is there a second?
Sherry Bowden, South Barnstead Road, I second.
Thank you. I'm going to ask everyone, if you're coming up to the mic to change numbers, please do your math before you get here, right? This is taking very long. And if you're going to amend to change a number, please amend it all at once. Let's not do continuation amendments, okay? Nope.
I was
we're
working
done.
on the number of minutes I have.
Thank you. Next.
We're limited to 3 minutes up here, so it makes it difficult for us, the citizens, to present what cuts we believe need to be made in this budget. So I think you're unfair in criticizing anybody about doing their math ahead of time. However, that being said, I agree that there's too many IT people, there's too many grounds people, and I strongly support this amendment that was just seconded. Thank you.
Doug Fish, 514 White Oak Road.
Can you say your name again?
Doug Fish, 514 White Oak Road.
Thank you.
It sounds like the total tax impact is roughly $3 per thousand, and that is offset by the numbers on the orange sheet roughly. If we were to vote this down and keep everything status quo, we would still get this money and our taxes potentially could go down, correct? Potentially.
No, the amendment. I think he's saying, are you saying vote down the amendment?
No, just Article 2 in general. And go keep the budget
Yeah,
status quo.
you have to pass a budget today. So right now you're trying to come up with a number you're comfortable with through the amendment process, but you have to have a budget before you adjourn the meeting.
Okay. Second question is, what is the interest rate we're paying on the debt of 1.28 million?
We'll get that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm Matt LeBlanc, 271 Narrows Road, and I'm concerned about making when we deduct things, like where are we deducting it from? And I think some of the previous things we've talked about, like where's all this out of district payments going to? And I think when you start cutting budgets and you start cutting positions and you start cutting services, that's what ends up happening. Like we aren't able to prevent things, so we're nickel and diming now, but then we're going to see more kids out of district because we're not going to be able to support them. And that's what happens. So you have larger classrooms, you're not going to be able to catch things. You have kids who are going to end up going into not getting the services they need, the support they need. Then we're going to end up seeing that down the road. And that's where my concern is. We'll be paying a bigger budget later on if we don't address some of these concerns now. I work at the high school, and the kids coming up from Barnstead are great. They're wonderful. They come up with great skills. I think there are things we can definitely work on to improve. I know we're working on to improve those things, and we've been seeing those growth. And I'd like to see that continue. So I think, anyway, so just voicing that, I think my concern about cutting budgets more is that we end up seeing those costs down the road, and I would have liked to avoid that.
Mr. Moderator?
Tim?
To the interest rate question, Mr. Moderator, it's actually in the annual report book. We have interest rates for $1.8 million at 3.74% and for $11.82 million at 3.84%.
Thank you.
Pages 60 and 61.
Hillary Henry, 68 Millsfield Lane. I just want to make this very clear that this is a bottom line budget. You can suggest departments, positions to cut, in the end, it is the superintendent and school board who would make those decisions. Second, Prospect Mountain is fully funded via the JMA. That is an agreement. It's fully funded. Any cuts come from the elementary school. That starts with things like gifted programs, transportation, field trips, other things like that. This is where it's going to be hit. The high school will remain untouched. The elementary school is where you will find cuts, and people are already complaining on Facebook about the elementary school, so it will get a lot worse.
Amanda Savage, 69 Hillsgrove Road here in Barnstead. I would just like to point out with these amendments, we are only talking about Barnstead Elementary. You can't dictate what's going to happen at Alton. And like Hillary said, Prospect is fully funded. So these cuts are going to come from our school only. And as a mother of a 7th grader, I do not want to see any more cuts. Our kids deserve their education. They deserve their extracurriculars. Let's not nickel and dime. Let's let them have their educations. And to talk to the superintendent about the legislature determining proficiency scores. Have you seen what our state legislature is like? What our elected representatives are? It's a dumpster fire up there. We can't let the proficiency scores overrule what the teachers are doing in the classrooms.
Jason.
So just throw us out there. So it's been said twice. What cuts do come out of elementary school? We cannot dictate the high school. We cannot dictate all or any shared services. In the past, since 2020, we have cut 8.5 positions out of the high school because of enrollment, those kinds of things, and cost sharing. We only have one maintenance director in this budget. The $1.2,797,751 we have to pay. Special education costs, we have to pay. The $280,000 out of district for busing, we have to pay. The $466,000 that the state decided that they didn't want to give us, we still have to fund that. So those things already have to be funded. Your $5 million change at the high school has to be funded. What you're cutting is, whatever the number turns to be, which is, okay, that's why we have a town vote, is we will have to look at the elementary school budget. And you're right. You're looking at school busing for the high school, be one of the first ones, at $217,000 and $980. That will be one of the first ones we look at. Middle school athletics, $90,000. Field trips, $35,000. Co-curricular activities, $29,000. After that, and we've taken everything that we don't have to, we can choose not to pay for, okay? Because our job is to make sure we're getting the best education for our kids. Then you would start looking at teachers. On average, with their benefits and what they make, it's about $80,000. So as you make these cuts, and you listen to the ones I just said, those are off the top that we'd cut first, the next step is teachers and RIFs. So that's where the reductions are going to come from.
Darcina Varney, Holmes Road. Really quick, I'll try to keep everything concise, but to ask a question, when you say 80 grand fully loaded, are you also considering all the paraeducators and the part-timers as part of that?
You're talking about the total cost of the average teaching position. So that's just a teacher.
Okay.
So that includes salary, FICA, which
that's
is
low.
7-point-something%. It includes an estimate of health insurance. And by the way, we have to contribute an additional about 20% in addition to each teacher's salary to the state retirement system. That's a state mandate that you get to pay for.
Okay, thank you. I just want to revisit really quickly. I'm going to bring up special ed again, and it's not because I think that there aren't children out there who have true need. I speak from a place of vulnerability for 2 seconds. We had a child who was determined special need. It was not necessary, but the school could not handle the minor behavior issues that he had, and some of you are aware of my background. I'm asking, do we have a percentage of the roughly 25% of students that are considered special education? What percent of those are kept in-house versus outsourced? And that whole concept of the salaries of $3.6 million for special ed educators, that's actually a tiny increase over last year. but yet the transportation is increasing. So why are we still having such a high salary if we have a need to transport more than we have in-house? Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
So we're checking on the total number of students in out-of-district placements. But of the children who reside in Barnstead who have IEPs, more than 90% of them are educated in our schools. That includes Barnstead Elementary and Prospect Mountain High School. So it is a small minority of students whose needs rise to the level of an out-of-district placement. We're getting the number.
So just for the folks here, that's doubling the transportation costs for 10% of the special needs students.
So the typical out-of-district special ed placement, and they do vary wildly. I've seen one student whose annual cost was more than $250,000. I've seen some under six figures, but typically, as a rule of thumb, expect about $150,000 a year for an out-of-district placement, including the transportation.
Okay, thank you.
I know, Jason, I'm your favorite person. Hi, Mary. Mary Clark, North Barnstead Road. Mr. Moderator, I have signatures from 5 voters that are attending the meeting here today that are requesting a secret ballot on question 2, Article 2.
Suzanne Allison, North 873 North Barnstead Road. I am not in favor of this amended number for a couple of reasons. First of all, I appreciate our taxes are really high. I would appreciate lower taxes. I think it's a bigger issue than just what happens here at the school board and at the local level. I agree with all the state and federal issues that are going on, that we need to address those. Secondly, I guess I would say school board's not the enemy. The budget committee's not the enemy. They have been very transparent in telling us what the needs are and come with a very, as lean a budget as they feel that they can present, in my opinion. Maybe I'm being duped, but it looks that way. And in particular, the budget committee goes through every single line in the budget to find cuts, to find ways to minimize the tax impact based on what our revenues might be. So I would just remind people that this process has been gone through, and as I heard at the beginning, the school board already cut the budget based on budget committee recommendations. So I would be very cautious in cutting any more than we've already cut today. Thank you.
John? Mr. Moderator, I've received the number. We've budgeted based on expecting 9 students with IEPs who reside in Barnstead to be in out-of-district placements next year. Between the elementary school and the high school, I can ballpark, we probably have about 130 students with IEPs. So that's, you can figure a percentage from there.
Steve Bowden, 479 South Barnstead Road. I'd like to speak to some of the comments that were made. The cuts, one which has passed already and one is on the floor at this point. These cuts were not arbitrarily numbers pulled out of thin air. These cuts were made and researched and suggested by people that spent hours studying this budget. They're sensible cuts. They can be done without any harm or pain inflicted on our students or our school in any way. If this board decides to cut extracurricular activities or anything prior to these suggested cuts, then that's on you. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to beat up on you, but that's the way it is. It's on you. You can make these cuts. There'll be no pain. There'll be no suffering from anybody, any of our students.
Just clarification, some of those cuts that were asked were shared services. We can't cut those. So what we were looking at is the ones that the Barnstead Elementary School owns. So some of the cuts that were made on there, or asked, I should say, were of shared services. No control. So what you're asking for when the cuts is, maybe we can look at some of those areas you talked about, but it's not going to cover the cuts that you're asking for, because the shared services that was added into there, we cannot cut.
So that would include the IT and grounds and a few other items.
I think I can be helpful here, and John's not here to stop me. So the way shared services are working, I'm doing this because later today, there's an article about establishing a planning committee to study the possibility of actually merging the 3 SAUs. So if you can remember this moment later, you might want to. Because we do have 3 different SAUs today, that means I have 3 employers, in a way, but I'm actually employed because I can't be employed by those 3 entities simultaneously. They've entered into a memorandum of agreement, and I'm employed by SAU 301, which is jointly managed by Alton and Barnstead. So in the Barnstead school budget, for Barnstead Elementary School, there is 1/3 of the cost of my employment. This is also true of the business administrator, the bookkeepers, the entire IT staff, the one director of buildings and grounds who is already in this budget, the special ed director, and so on. So in this prepared budget is 1/3 of the cost of employment of these shared employees, and then in the high school budget is another 1/3 of those costs, for which Barnstead, in this proposed budget, is responsible for 54.45% of those costs. If you have an ice cream headache listening to me explain this, please pay attention later when you are asked to consider establishing a planning committee to have a single SAU, which would present you one crystal clear SAU budget every year.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, parliamentary inquiry, would it be inappropriate to amend the pending question?
You can present another amendment to the amendment we currently have.
Okay. If someone could repeat the dollar cut on the pending question for me, please? 287,500, divide that by 3, 75,000, 80, what? 90,000? Okay. So I'm.
But it's still a
I would make a motion to amend the pending question to 95,833 and 34 cents.
You can't do that. So
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
To clarify, so we can have other amendments, but you can't amend the amendment.
Okay,
So
that was my question. I'm
we
sorry
would
you
need-
misunderstood it.
That's okay. So we would, if the inclination is to change to $95,833.34, we would have to let the previous amendment fail, and then we would take up your amendment. So your amendment, which you've now presented, is to reduce the budget by $95,833.34. I would entertain a second on that amendment.
Ann Watson, 397 South Bonstead Road. I second it, and I withdraw my motion. You can't withdraw a motion?
Sorry. Nope. I'm sorry.
Is that like your made-up rule?
Nope, that's.
Your made-up rule, his made-up rule?
Excuse me.
No, I'm just asking
Excuse me.
whose rule it is.
This is my meeting. I am certified. I know the rules. We cannot just withdraw your amendment. I'm sorry that doesn't work for you.
No, it works fine.
Thank you.
Okay, one final point before I leave the mic. The original budget was cut by 0.15% from the proposed budget. Folks need to keep that in mind as we move forward. Thank you.
Okay.
Hillary Henry, 68 Millsfield Lane. I do have a couple of questions for you, Mr. Moderator. The 159,000, that was approved to move forward, but we have not voted on that, correct, for the budget?
We voted on the amendment, so the current
Right.
article
So we need
reads
to
the
still
new
vote.
number.
Okay. Okay. And second, I sit on the budget committee, and I can tell you that we also went through this line by line for weeks and weeks. We brought it home, we studied it, we asked questions, we put a lot of time and thought into this. We cut what we thought was necessary or was doable without creating major disruption.
Michelle Rosado, 174 West Lock Road. I just want to reiterate some of the things that other people have said. With these cuts, we've already voted for one cut. Any additional cuts, the school board has many, many state and federal mandated obligations that they cannot not fund. I know that's probably not great English. Sorry, Mrs. Nelson. So I really just want to caution, and I will reiterate what Hillary said. We spend hours, we go through these cuts, we get answers to questions. The building administrator, maintenance administrator was already reduced to one. So just please be very careful on how much further you cut this budget. And I'd like to call the question for the amendment.
Thank you. Okay, so the question has been called for the current amendment, which we are considering, which is to reduce the budget by a further $287,500. Does everyone understand which amendment we are voting on? It's to reduce the budget a further $287,500. So I'm going to ask you again to vote by raising your card and using your voice. So all those in favor of passing this amendment to change this article by $287,500 indicate by raising your card and saying aye. Those opposed? No. We're going to have a count, please. So if everyone just stands by for a minute, we're going to get counters in place, and then we'll have you vote again. Yes, for Article 2, not for the amendment. Yes, so we'll be doing the secret ballot. Yeah, well, I'll give you. Yes, she just went to do that. So we're keep track right now. We're voting on the second amendment to the budget. Correct. Amendment we already amended. Correct. What I suggest you do, call it next time, is stay with the amended budget. Full number, because you're now talking about a reduction rather than say the number 19. If this passes, the proposed budget will be back on the floor at $19,662.46. Okay. That way the clerk gets it in there and it clears up. Okay. Yep. All right, if everyone can listen up again. We're going to vote on Article 2 with the amendment. So this is the amendment to Article 2, which will change the article to $19,662,406. That's a reduction of $287,500. So all those in favor of reducing the budget by by changing the article by $287,500, please indicate by raising your card.
I know, but you need to say how much they total covers.
I'm going to ask everyone to please resist the temptation to move around the room. I know it's hot. I know we're all waiting, but if you move around, it makes it much harder to keep count. Mary, are you all set? Okay, you can put your cards down. Thank you. If you are opposed to the amendment to change the article to $19,662,406, please raise your card now. You can lower your cards. Thank you. If anyone needs a bathroom break, this is the time. It's going to take them just a minute to count. It'll give you a few minutes to get that done.
And they offer donuts, so obviously I will not eat my fruit.
Nope, he has an amendment to try to change.
The 287?
Right.
Okay.
And so his amendment is to another 95.
I know, but these chairs are no, I didn't sign it.
It's to change the 287.
Thank you for being here.
All right, I know we released people to the bathroom, but I do want to give you the results while we're all sitting here. To amend the article, the votes for were 179, the votes opposed were 100, so the amendment now passed. That changes the current value of the article to $19,462,406.
Mr. Moderator, I would like to make a motion in light of Mr. Arteezy's comment about warrant Article 10, that a lot of the people came here to vote, to table warrant Article 2 and move to Article 10, and then come back to Article 2. Since, keep in mind, it is a secret ballot now to be voting on warrant Article 2, so you're looking at probably another half hour to 45 minutes just to do the voting. So this would be to move up Article 10, because that is a ballot question as well. So is there a second on this? Sorry.
There is a second.
I would request a card vote.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Barbara Comtois, White
You have
Oak
to
Road.
speak up, Barbara. Thanks.
Barbara Comtois, White Oak Road. I would strongly urge that we've just spent over almost 2 hours discussing this warrant article, that we take a vote. Both of them, this article and the Article 10 will be both by secret ballot. I suggest we finish this one first and then move on to the second and get the secret ballot, both articles done simultaneously. Thank you.
All right, so currently, there is a motion on the floor to table Article 2, and there's a second. So by raise of hand, who is in favor of tabling Article 2 to move on to Article 10? Raise your hand now if you're in favor. If you are opposed to tabling Article 2? Okay, the noes have it. So we're going to stay on Article 2. Currently, the article reads $19,662,406.
That's $647,000, and that number's wrong. Yeah, because right now it would be redundant.
I have 19,654 for us.
Just a second.
The first amendment was 167,552. 159,552.
Yep, 287.
So he read the wrong number then.
406. Is that not what I said? I think you said 462. Oh, my apologies. All right, it seems I misspoke the number. The number is $19,662,406. That is the current Article 2. We have an amendment on the floor to instead change Article 2 from, give me a second, I have to do some math.
We're recording the meeting. Go back and double check. Although if he reads it, that makes it easy. Right? Even if he's calculating incorrectly. That's interesting. He's not talking about it now. What is the message?
Okay. So the third amendment to the article would change the total for the article from the previous number now to $19,854,624.66. Okay. So that is the new amendment to the article presented by Steve McDougall. Thank you. Yep, that is correct. Sorry. I will restate it. Give me just a moment. Okay. The new number with the current amendment to this article would be $19,854,072.66. Okay. That is the new amendment that we need to vote on now. Okay. Is there discussion on this amendment? I can. $19,854,072.66.
Good morning, Melinda Furland, 441 Garland Road, Barnstead, New Hampshire. The previous number of the budget after the last deduction was $19,662,406. Is that correct starting point?
That was the most recent
Yes.
amendment, correct?
If we're subtracting 95,800,
We are not.
That's the proposal.
We are not. The amendment was to change the article by the previous 159,552, and then
Oh,
to
I
reduce
see.
it by an additional $95,832.33.
Thank you for that clarification. So
so-
the other 200,000 would go back.
Correct. The
Okay,
other
thank you.
200,000 would go back. That amendment was presented to change the total.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
Just a quick mention that because the last motion passed with a cut of 249,000, correct? I don't believe anybody really needs to vote on modifying that. I mean, we can, but it would not be in the best interest, right? It wouldn't be in addition to, correct?
Correct. So we had an amendment to change the total to one amount, which was a reduction of $159,552 and $287,500. We voted on that one. We had an additional amendment to change the total from a reduction of $159,552 and to include an additional reduction of $95,833.33. That was his amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So that is the amendment that we are voting on now. Does everyone understand the total number we're voting on? $19,854,072.66. So that will change this article to that total number. Are we ready to vote?
If it was $19,662,400, how can it now be $19,800,000 you're adding and not subtracting?
Correct. His amendment was to change the total reduction. His amendment was to change the total reduction to the
From
159,552 plus 95,833.33. So that was his amendment, which is what we're voting on now.
Steve Bowden, 479 South Barnstead Road. I made that amendment. I would urge the body to oppose that amendment because it actually increases our current approved budget since we voted on passing the last amendment. Please oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to vote? This is just to amend the article. This is not the vote for the article. So we'll do by card again because I think it's going to be close. So if you are in favor of amending the article to the number of 19,854,7266, please raise your card now. If you are opposed, please raise your card. The motion fails. The current article weigh in if I'm wrong. The current article is $19,662,406. Thank you. Okay. Everyone's checked my math. That's the right math, correct? All right, so now we are voting on Article 2, which will set the budget at $19,662,406. There's been a request for this to be by secret ballot. So we're going to have to proceed and do a secret ballot. So you're going to bring your card to the table. Then you're going to go to the ballot box and drop your ballot in the box in the back. If someone standing next to the box could open the box and show that it's empty for me. Pull it all the way forward so we can all see. Thank you. All right, so what we'll do is we'll start on this side of the room. The rows at the front will go first. I'm going to ask you to please proceed all the way back down to the center aisle and come back up, not come right back to your seat. And I'm sorry, I need the few people who are standing between the registration table and the ballot box to move to somewhere else, if someone can help them to do that.
John, they have to make sure they bring up their ID.
No, they've already gotten their card by presenting
But
their
they
ID.
still require.
Okay. Make sure as you go to the table to bring your ID with you.
Thank you.
Bring both, your ID and your green card with you, please. Just bring both. All right, if we're ready, first, this row on my right, first row.
So first of all, we're going to be caught up by the mics on the recording. So I'm going to go away. Because I already got a text message. You heard me say the F word. They already know these illuminati. They're okay.
start from the number that we're at now.
I really need both.
If it were to fail, we would start with the number that we're currently at, and we would make amendments, add things, or if this fails, it's a position from the room that they actually want to vote.
30 on it, so. Oh, no, I yield back my time, and you're not answering my question. I want my time. Yeah, but then when they come back around, that's where
The IT director texted me and told me I said the F word. Yeah, I know, I got you.
your superintendent is a very good salesman. You're a good salesman. Thank you.
So the bands I own, they get used all the time. But they get used right now because it's like sports. It saves us a ton of dough. Because our teacher, our coach, can drive kids in their boat. Isn't it? And every time I go down there, it's actually on the buses. It just saves us a ton of dough.
So we're just voting on that. So if it didn't, I think my sense is reading the room, it's gonna pass just because the motion passed. But like I'm voting no because we'd like to have the budget the way it is.
I'm a citizen.
Right, and then we will vote on that. Right, yes. It's confusing. Yeah. And it's not typically this one, but I think in total, we've been at it here by like, with everything. So
You're a different color.
So I'm not against it.
the room feels like it's gonna pass. No. Good question.
As it was, I think I said my rent, and they said, don't do it anymore. Stop looking. And I was like, trust, stuff's on it.
When they had the night game,
All right, it looks like everyone has had a chance to vote, so I'm going to ask everyone to return to their seats. Now that everyone can hear me, is there anyone in the room who did not have a chance to vote? Thank you. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting.
John Arteezy, 173 Beauty Hill Road. I'd like to make a motion so we could hear Article 10.
Sure. So there's a motion to consider Article 10. So we're going to move that up in the agenda. Is there a second? Seconded by Andy Sylvester. By raise of card, all those in favor? Those opposed to taking up Article 10 now? Okay, so we will be taking up Article 10. I'd like to recognize the petitioner, John Arteezy.
Okay, let me start off by saying I'd like to...
You're going to have to get close to the mic, John.
I forgot my glasses, people, so bear with me. Sure. Thank you. I'd like to start off by saying thank you, everybody who played a role in getting Article 10 able to be voted on today. And all of you who jumped hoops to be here today, thank you, everybody. For those of you who do not know what Article 10 is all about, this article, known as SB 2, is actually referred to as Senate Bill 2, a New Hampshire state statute, RSA 40:13 and 14. This statute was enacted in 1995 and passed through the legislature in 2000. Its only purpose and why it became a statute is to help people with difficulties to exercise their right for free and fair voting. Not everyone has the convenience of the time off to make it here, like a lot of you here today. Let's see here. Some people have health issues and cannot stand sit for hours on end. Some people work graveyard shifts. Some people have mandatory Saturdays and cannot jeopardize their job. Like it or not, these are difficulties, and these people are stuck with the burdens of paying out-of-control taxes just like everyone else. They deserve the right for free and fair voting. 81 towns in the state have already voted in this article because their towns, like ours, now have already been destroyed by the old-style policy. It's too late now to fix what has already happened. We are stuck with this mess, unfortunately. If the taxpayers in this town are going to continue to be taxed out, they all have the right to the convenience for free and fair voting. It's been brought to my attention that under this old policy, there are people here during a voice vote who do not belong here. They are not registered voters. If I'm wrong, correct me. And they're never asked to leave the room. That could compromise the voice vote. Let's see. That may be. Excuse me, people. Wait. That may be what we can call controlled fraud. I've also observed voters who could only stay for 2 hours. They had voted on articles and heard the outcome of the vote, only to find out later a certain group of people decided to bring it back up for a revote because they didn't like the outcome and stole the votes from the other taxpayers that had to leave because of difficulties. To me, that is a controlled fraud, or should we call it bid rigging? When millions of dollars are at risk, how is this even legal? It seems criminal. We need free and fair voting. I urge you to vote yes to Article 10 and stop the unfair old policy once and for all. Those of you who vote against this article must have something to gain using the old policy or just don't believe in free and fair voting. Thank you, everybody. Oh, and I would like to say one more thing. I did take the time to sit down with the Budget Committee and the school board on October 3rd, and I have to say I was pretty impressed. I watched all of them try to figure out the budget and try to do the best they could to try to keep the numbers down. I have to give them gratitude on that. I sat in the room with them for at least 3.5 hours. What everybody needs to realize, it's not what the operating budget of trying to run the school is. What happened is the grand hotel that we have just built is too much, and it should have never been something so large. I don't think people really thought about how bad it was going to impact everybody. So unfortunately, we're stuck with this bill that's not going to go away. We're going to be stuck with this for 20 years. So possibly if Senate Bill 2 was in place 4 years ago, maybe this wouldn't have been voted in by 13 votes, and we'd be in a different position that we are right now.
Amanda Savage, 69 Hillsgrove Road. I come from a town that was SB2. I strongly urge you to vote against this. SB2 has been known, well, if you have to go to your default budget 99% of the time is going to be higher than the budget. If you're not going to attend these deliberative sessions, this is our deliberative session. We get to vote on things after we deliberate. That's how town meeting, school meeting should be run. This Senate Bill 2 is kind of a joke. And I strongly urge you to vote no, because unless you're going to be here for that deliberative session and make those changes then, you're going to show up to the ballots, to the voting on that Tuesday in March, completely uneducated.
Suzanne Allison, 873 North Barnstead Road. I too am against SB2, and while I absolutely agree that I want more people to be able to vote, I want to see close to 3,000, registered voters in town show up on election day. My fear is that there will be 100 informed voters and 2,000 uninformed voters who show up to vote no, 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 because to be honest, that might be what I would do. If I were to go on a paper ballot, even going to the deliberative session and looking at some of these things, I might just say no, and I don't have an opportunity to amend, make compromise. I think that's what is so valuable in these town meetings. Again, on paper, I think SB2 looks and sounds great, but there are so many problems with it. I am a poll worker on election day for when we vote for our school board and our select board. We had 581 voters out of 3,000. What's the excuse there? I know people can't always take a Saturday off. I understand these meetings are long. I understand that it's hard to sit here, but we know a year in advance. I can tell you the next 10 years' dates for town meeting and school district meeting. So for those who can, you can probably plan for it. So I think we'll be losing a lot. And even though we have a deliberative session with SB2, you still end up with a bottom line paper ballot, with all the, you can't make any changes once that paper ballot is out. So I would urge you to be careful what you wish for, because I think we'll see a lot more issues with SB2 than with town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Barbara Comtois, White Oak Road. I just wanted to clarify, thank you, that SB2 is only for the school budget. This does not affect town meeting. So in case people were wondering if it does both, it only does the school. Thank you.
Mary Clark, North Barnstead Road. I'm also going to speak against SB2. We called some of the neighboring towns this week to find out how many people attended their deliberative sessions. They had one that had 12. They had one that had like 30, but 12 of the people there had to be there. So I want you to carefully consider the cost and the time it's going to take. I don't know, we had a 4-page ballot. I don't know how many of you sat there and read through the questions that were there before you either voted yes or no, but it's going to be like a 20-minute deal to sit there and go through the whole thing unless you're informed. And I will say that lots of times, so you're going to vote no, so then you find out, well, the default budget is $80,000 more than the regular budget, so now you're stuck for the other $80,000. So I think you just have to carefully consider, because you're still going to have to go to a deliberative session if you want to be informed. And that's either going to be a nighttime session or another Saturday session. So to me, and then there's the cost of the ballots, is going to increase, so there's going to be fees associated with it to the town. So I just want you to think a little carefully about what you're asking for. Thank you.
Can we move it up a little bit? Yeah. Maura Beck, 97 Winwood Drive. This is something really important to me. I was in the process of trying to do the SB2 for the town. I had unexpected medical issues. I had surgery. I have complications from the surgery, and yet I'm here today sitting through what I can, taking pain medicine to literally vote for the things that I really feel passionate about, because I've been attacked on Facebook for bringing this up. I think it's disgusting. I had to actually take myself off that Facebook page because I cannot believe that people take this personally. I think everyone has a right to vote for what they believe in. I come from a town, not in the state, but we did a deliberative session. And yes, it's true, the attendance is not that high, but they were very effective. They did make amendments during those deliberative sessions so that when those votes came up at the ballot, they were negotiated to what they felt was right according to those who decided to come to the deliberative session. If you have a deliberative session and I could come to it, I would definitely come to what I could. Maybe they could even like have some sort of Zoom where they have meetings. They have board meetings and things like that that are Zoom, where people can contribute without actually physically coming, like myself today. You know, I also have to work today, which I have to, and I don't have to stand or sit in a chair like here and waiting through all this stuff going through. So everybody has their right to vote. Whether they're informed or not is up to them. Unfortunately, people are not informed, but people go and vote for the presidential election. People vote for all kinds of things with a ballot, and they don't have to be educated. So why does it matter if they're educated here? I mean, we can ask them to be, we can try to help them by making it easier for them, by having a deliberative session on a separate day that they might be able to attend. That might make a difference. There's a lot that you should consider for SB2 that's positive. There are many of my neighbors that work Saturdays. It's mandatory, they have to go. They're not here today. They can't make it. You know, I can't change my schedule. I'm working 3 part-time jobs, and I can't afford to lose the one that insists that I come whenever they tell me. And today is one of those days, this afternoon. So this is the way it is. I think that people came to this meeting with their decision already made, but I just wanted to make my point. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
My braces when I was younger. I'm not as tall, obviously.
Turn the thing in the middle. That one.
Someone want to go do this. Anyways, I'll just, because what I wanted to say, whether SB2 passes or not, because we do have our local legislator here, I would urge all of you to contact our local legislators to find a way to bring a law to the legislator to state that they will allow absentee voting if town meeting style stays. There is no reason why we can't do it. We do it for presidential elections and ballot questions. We should be able to sit there and do it for town meeting style by absentee voting, and that's something that the legislature should probably take a good look at. Thank you.
Linda Vermonte, 118 North Barnstead Road.
Speak up, Linda.
I am against SB2. I went to school and I lived in Massachusetts for many, many years. And back in 1980, my first couple of years of college, they passed 2.5. And it failed. And I had talked to my accounting teacher back then, and he said to me, it's just not, you can't keep up with this. I look at 2.5 as I look at SB2. You have to be an informed voter. You have the right to vote, but you have to become a voter who understands what's going on. And without going through the warrant articles here like we did last week for the town, and even this today for the school, there's so much that is not in those warrant articles for descriptions for what is going on. It really, really is important for everybody in town to come to these meetings. Thank you.
Steve Bowden, 479 South Barnstead Road. I got to say, I'm impressed with the turnout today. By my count, we're well over 300 people here. Why is that? Well, it's because we're seeing a roughly $3 million increase in our school budget. So the point being that when people have a vested interest in what's happening in their community, they turn out. People have cited, previous speakers have cited the paltry turnout for our municipal elections. Well, that's only because we're electing local people, school board, select board, et cetera. It isn't going to matter much if 3,800 people show up or 500 people show up. Conversely, if we talk about our federal elections, we get an excellent turnout in this town. I believe 3,800 was the number I saw, but I could be wrong about that. My point being that if we pass SB2, people will turn out for the vote. The people that have to work, the people that have children at home, the people that are elderly and can't make it down here and don't want to sit here for 6 hours every once a year. It's difficult. It's difficult for me. So, you know, yes, we may see that the warrant articles get amended severely at the deliberative session, but they'll be published. There'll be conversation. There'll be people talking about how the warrant article was amended, and people can make up their minds. It's no different than picking a federal candidate, a president, your state senate, anything. You only vote on them from the information you receive. People share information. I would urge the body to support this motion to enact SB2. Thank you.
Hi, Wayne Whitney, 116 North Road. I just wanted to bring something to the public's notice and talk about default budgets. The thing is that sometimes your budget is going to be higher, and most of the time that is because there is warrant articles. I talked to some of my neighbors in the surrounding towns that have SB2, and they've gone into default budgets, but their budget went up, and the comments were from the different people, well, your budget would have been lower if you didn't pass all the warrant articles. But that's up to the public to decide. So yes, your budget could go up, but it could go down. I'm not telling anybody how to vote, but I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Hillary Henry, 68 Millsfield Lane. I call the question.
John Arteezy, 173 Beauty Hill Road. I call to move Article 10. Is that what you said?
Correct. We procedurally, no one moved Article 10. So we are moving Article 10. Now, we've had our debate about Article 10, but we need to procedurally to move Article 10. So, John, you've moved it. Is there a second to Article 10? Thank you.
I just want to add a few more things. I was listening to some of the folks up here, and some of the concern is you're worried about people voting and voting on things that are like operating budgets or a budget that could fall into default. Why can't we set up the ballots when we go in to vote and highlight an article very well, make it very highlighted, so most people that are looking at it, they could read through it several times before they vote on it. That's another thing that would probably help the situation. But, you know, at the end of the day, everybody who pays taxes in this town, they deserve the right for free and fair voting. That's it. End of story.
Okay, by law, this article has to be voted by secret ballot. So we are going to do a secret ballot again. This article also, the ballot has to stay open for an hour. So we are going to go ahead and vote by secret ballot, and then the voting will not be closed for 1 hour after we start. So in the same order, we're going to start with the front row on my right side here, and we'll go through this hopefully as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you do. You need to risk me going to give my card to Coach Mo. You know what I mean? Like, I think they're supposed to.
So you just need his ID, and you have to.
I love where we are. We joke when we
Yeah.
Last week, I know. They made us. That's what I said. We had to bring these up to get. Not this is.
Wow, maybe you wouldn't have left me.
Like, Tom's voting now. He can go and give it to us.
They go back and get, they got 2 cards like I do.
Just like it's.
The way I look at it, if somebody got here at 9 o'clock in the second, the last 3 hours, and wants to vote on this article, you want the right to.
Oh, yes, I'll come with you. Hold on, let me set a clock because we started.
I left my car in there.
So if they didn't like our budget for now, they voted it down. So they default budget, so we keep those positions. $88,000.
No, this is 10.
Yeah, okay, all right.
She's gonna be doing, she's gonna be in the play. She told me that was. Oh, she even told me that. Filipino. Oh, yes. That's another part of you, funny. I was like, I told Dylan not to go. I'm like, I would want to go and support that.
There you go. There's my green card.
Hey, wait, you leaving?
And his rhythm I was like trying to learn something new. Like, you do not have an ounce of rhythm. That's hilarious. He could not do it. I feel like looking at him, I see that.
He wanted his
Like, it was the first time I always saw him as he just has me. And last year was the first time I saw him get playing my barbecue. And he was like a duck out like song. But he was like a duck, like you do. I'm like, you look like a duck out of water. Flying for the first time. I was talking about Tara, and I'm just like, I can't. They're such a good team. So
Thank you, ma'am.
She's good. She's actually Grace's sister. That's so sweet. Where did she go?
Yeah. There's
It's at the end of 26.
A lot of times.
Like near Serendipity. Oh, yeah. Someone gets it right there. So our insurance,
Do you have the license plate of the car that needs to be moved?
It's a RAV4
Okay.
9870 parked in front of the building across the street.
I know you are.
What color?
It's gray.
Gray with a black roof or just
No,
gray?
just gray.
Okay. And it just ends in 987 or that's the whole plate?
Huh?
Is
That's
that the whole plate?
thing.
Okay. We have a RAV4 license plate 9870 color gray. If you own a RAV4 license plate 9870 color gray, can you please come and see me? Is that your car? Would you mind going and moving your car so they can get out? Thank you. Okay.
Look at this.
All right.
Some people don't like that, but anyway. And we don't have to speak
So she's never had that issue, so she's like, I think she'll be fine.
Yep.
Like, she doesn't have like that same like structure. She's like, I'm not surprised to
Yeah.
like petite women, like it's always like But so that Wednesday morning I come downstairs right after school so I came back. And so Charlie is still
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hi. Okay. Okay. I'll see if we can get some.
I think so. There are so many. Oh yeah. On the side. Does not. Remember, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, they cut that budget by 10%.
All right. It appears that everyone who would like to vote now has voted. Is there anyone in the room who did not get a chance to vote? All right. I would like to propose that we take a brief recess. Hear me out. The next 4 warrant articles all have to also have secret ballot voting. So, because all of those articles have to have secret ballot voting, we have to wait 1 hour, or actually specifically, we have to wait 46 minutes before we have a ballot box open to put ballots into. So we won't be able to vote on the next couple of articles for at least 46 minutes anyway. It's already noontime, afternoon time, 12:30. So I propose that we take a brief recess so that everyone can go, grab something to eat, and come back, because we're not going to be able to enact any business. I do have the results of Article 2. So, it's really hard to hear, folks. I'm not going to keep going if people are talking. The folks in the back can't hear me. All right. So, Article 2, there were 186 yes and 92 no. So, the article passes.
Steve Bowden, 479 South Barnstead Road. I would like to make a motion to reconsider and urge the body to oppose reconsideration on Article 2. Restrict, I'm sorry.
Start again.
I would like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 2.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second? Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration for Article 2, please indicate by raising your cards. Those opposed? Article 2 is restricted for reconsideration.
Eric Varney, 50 Holmes Road.
You're gonna need to speak up.
Eric Varney, 50 Holmes Road. I motion that we vote on Articles 7, 8, and 9 before a break.
All right, so there's a motion to consider Articles 7, 8, and 9, so we'll continue considering articles out of order. Is there a second to consider Articles 7, 8, and 9? Someone stand up and say your name and your address, please. Nathan T.D. Beauty Hill Road. So there's a motion and a second to consider Articles 7, 8, and 9. All those in favor of considering Articles 7, 8, and 9 at this time, please raise your card. Those opposed? We move on. We'll consider Articles 7, 8, and 9. Article 7, shall the school district vote to create a planning committee to study and evaluate merging SAU 86 with SAU 72, the Alton School District, in accordance with RSA 194-C 2, 1, and I and V. The Barnstead School Board recommends by a vote of 5-0. The Barnstead Budget Committee recommends by a vote of 8-0. Majority vote required.
Move the motion as read.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. Is there discussion on Article 7?
Mr. Moderator, Barbara Comtois, White Oak Road. I have a question. I just want to make sure, because we just went over a discussion with Article 2 saying, we heard a lot of discussion that as we cut that budget, it would only affect Barnstead Elementary. If we merge the SAUs, how will that affect voting in the future on the elementary school and Prospect Mountain?
So this is a study to move forward possibly. If the towns decide to do this and have one SAU, then it'll be one budget, one SAU for totality.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Henry, but this is critically important. To have one budget for the SAU only, separate from the school budgets, because I think that the concern for some people might be, will our budgets and our school district be merged with Alton's, and will people who live in Alton be voting on things we're then going to have to pay for? No. The planning committee, which is all this article creates, is a planning committee,
I understand that.
would do the research and report back to the annual meeting on all the details around this idea, which would not turn this into a cooperative school district or merge governance. You'd still have an annual meeting, you'd still have a Barnstead budget. The main difference would be, instead of seeing things like the cost of a superintendent buried 1/3 in the Barnstead Elementary budget and 1/3 in the high school budget and 1/3 in Alton's, you would see a crystal clear, transparent SAU budget with all of the costs of the SAU, the central office services, detailed in it, and Barnstead and Alton would each then be assessed their share based on criteria to be recommended by the planning committee. If it followed the way high school care costs are apportioned now, that could be based on number of students in the system, could be a percentage, but that's a question for the planning committee. And I think that probably answers your question. I'm very sorry, Chairman Henry.
Thank you, Superintendent, and yes, I am in favor of the study committee. Thank you.
Denise Adjutant, 296 Holmes Road. Does Alton have to be involved with this conversation?
The RSA that controls merger of SAUs defines the composition of a study committee. It would be 2 school board members from Barnstead, 2 school board members from Alton. It would be a budget committee member from Barnstead and a budget committee member from Alton, and then some public members to be appointed by the district moderators from Barnstead and from Alton. So the planning is done collectively, together. The article that goes with this that would have to also pass in Alton did pass on March 10th.
Diane Byer, 1207 Suncook Valley Road. I had a question being part of the withdrawal committee when we withdrew from SAU 51 due to Barnstead paying the lion's share of the SAU budget. Has the formula changed since the early 2000s? Because Alton would be paying the absolute lion's share because it was based on student population and it was based on the valuation of the town. So I think that's going to be an issue that perhaps should be addressed, looked at, and also, again, contact the legislatures to look at the formula. Thank you.
So the purpose of the planning committee, among all the other issues, would be to explore cost-sharing options. We believe that it might be possible to go exclusively by a percentage of students enrolled in the system without regard for EV, but that would be a question for the planning committee, which would be the purpose of establishing one.
Linda Bramante, 118 North Barnstead Road. I think this is a really important question or issue. The accounting system, the way that it is working right now is at best antiquated. To take and merge the SAUs makes absolute sense. This is a no-brainer. And there's always room for improvement, but the way that the accounting is being performed right now, like I said, with these shared services, the merger of the SAUs would make it crystal clear what we are being allocated.
Hello, Dwayne Rhines, 477 White Oak Road. 477 White Oak Road.
Thank you.
Pardon my ignorance, but there are 3 SAUs. Which one is which? So there's Alton School, there's Barnstead School, and then there's one for the high school?
Yes.
Is that correct? Which ones are which?
So SAU 86 is Barnstead. SAU, sorry. Yeah, 72. I do this for a living, sorry. 86 is Barnstead, 72 is Alton, 301 is the high school. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
and you work for all 3?
We, the
And you can't
three
remember
of us
them.
work for all 3. The principal
Yeah.
works for Barnstead.
But you can't remember them.
It's almost 1.
Hi, Wayne Whitney, 116 North Road. Just a question. When we were talking about this on the Budget Committee with the superintendent, I was under the impression that the state is kind of encouraging consolidation, and that I don't know whether or not you can speak in regards to, like, there could be rewards for the town if we do this.
Mr. Whitney, I think you forgot your plant. So yes, there is a grant available through legislation passed in 2024. Any group of SAUs that merge into one by the year 2030 will then receive, starting the year after they merge, an unrestricted state grant equal to $200 times the total number of students enrolled in the system for 2 consecutive years. Today, that would amount to about a little over $500,000 spread over 2 years to offset property taxes.
Is there any more discussion on Article 7? All those in favor of approving Article 7 as written, please indicate by raising your card and saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to Article 8. Shall the school district vote to establish a non-lapsing Granite State Academy revolving fund in accordance with RSA 194.3-C to be funded by tuition and other revenue paid to Granite State Academy, an alternative online program operated by Prospect Mountain JMA. The purpose of the revolving fund is to support the operating costs of Granite State Academy. This fund shall be non-lapsing and shall not be appropriated except as authorized by the district at a future annual meeting. Such programs shall be audited annually. The Barnstead School Board recommends by a vote of 5-0. The Barnstead Budget Committee recommends by a vote of 8-0. A majority vote is required. What's your pleasure?
Second.
Moved and seconded by Jason and Brandy. Is there discussion on this article?
Hi, Wayne Whitney, 116 North Road. I know that there's going to be a tuition that has to be paid, but could you give us a little overview of what the other expenses would be? Because I see in one of the paragraphs that it says the tuition and other revenues, and I didn't know whether or not this was going to have an impact on our taxes.
Yeah, so I have to apologize first because things in public meetings like this, you come one day, and this is something that we've been working on with the joint board for 5 years, and it's complicated. So my apology is I'm sorry that it's complicated. I want to try to simplify it as much as possible. I've said the word revenue how many times today? Many. Because revenue, thank you, because revenue to the school district is money we can apply against expenses that doesn't have to be raised through property taxes. Unlike probably any other school district in New Hampshire, our board has been telling us to look for sources of revenue for the last 6 years. We took an innovation plan to the State Board of Education in September of 2024 that the State Board approved. It allowed us to establish an alternative program, which is an online school we call Granite State Academy. That program works under the open enrollment law, and revenue that comes in for those students in the online program pays a company called Stride, which is a publicly traded company that runs online schools in more than half of the United States, but not previously in New Hampshire. The revenue that comes in is designed to be more than the cost of the program. We have a contract with Stride that will guarantee that. That means that money coming in the form of tuition, it needs a place to go. It's not part of our operation of our local schools. This doesn't affect Barnstead Elementary. This doesn't affect Prospect Mountain. This is another program that we run off to the side that Stride really runs for us, and that's how they do it in other states also. So tuition needs a place to go. Therefore, this article creates a revolving fund for that tuition money to go into. Because you run this with Alton, they also needed to pass this article, which they did. So money goes into this revolving fund, and then costs, only the costs associated with the program, payments to Stride, if there were, let's say, Mr. Whitney, legal costs that the board decided it wanted to incur associated with running the program. That is something it could do. But the whole thing is designed so that at the end, the amount of money coming in is a little bit more than what it costs to run the thing. And at the end, I won't ask you to say it with me, but the amount that's left over can be sent back to the taxpayers in Alton and Barnstead to offset the need for property taxes. When we first came up with this idea, it's a fairly complicated use of a couple of different state laws. We weren't sure that the state board would approve it. They did. We weren't sure how the state board and the Supreme Court would view the old open enrollment law that nobody had ever used before. They've viewed it favorably for us. So this year, confident that this looks like it's moving forward, the board proposed this article so that if we're able to actually launch the thing next year and start collecting revenue and incurring expenses, we have a fund into which that money can flow and sit. And then later, when and if there's excess money left over, you would vote again at an annual meeting, whether it's in person or SB2, you would vote again to withdraw that excess money to use as revenue to reduce property taxes. I got your answer in there somewhere, didn't I?
Is there any other outstanding cost besides the tuition?
No, and not, well, there are no costs currently because the agreement between the joint board and the company, Stride, indemnifies the boards against any financial liability unless and until revenue is actually collected. So if anyone's concerned about the future of open enrollment because of what you've been reading in the newspapers, first of all, I would invite you to have a conversation with me about what I think is really going to happen, because it's probably not what you've been reading. But second, if the whole thing went away, if the legislature decided no more open enrollment, the board is not on the hook for any costs.
All right, thank you for your time.
Linda, just a moment. The folks in the back, could we please make sure that those doors are open? It's getting very hot in this room, and that is the only ventilation. Thanks, Linda.
Linda Bramante, 118 North Barnstead Road.
You're going to need to speak up a lot.
Okay. I understand that part of the cost, we will have $9,500 going to this VLAP program effectively. That will leave us approximately $5,500 of revenue to be shared. And then part of the program is to have a 5-day program over at TL Stoller, which will cost $2,500. And then the rest of the monies will be divided equally between Barnstead and Alton, and that's about $1,500, which is a lot less. And currently I know we have 31 students, or we did back in January, enrolled in this program. My question is, were there any other venues looked at besides TL Stoller? Because the town usually has to have 3 bids for contractors. And I know that $2,500 seems like it's just a lot of money to be giving away as part of this program.
So really good, thank you, important questions. So first of all, the in-person open enrollment at Prospect Mountain High School, which this year started with 31 students, is completely separate from this online school program. It has nothing to do with it. Those students, we've had open enrollment students at Prospect Mountain for 3 years, and we are getting paid tuition.
So I'm sorry, how many are currently enrolled in the Granite State program?
So we're running a very small pilot program at no cost for about 40 students right now from all over New Hampshire. No money is changing hands. We are not incurring any financial liability. We are simply trying to develop and prove the concept with a small number of students whose families were willing to sort of jump in and give it a shot. That is happening at no cost. There is no agreement in place currently between the boards and TL Storer. That is one of the next things that would have to happen. If there were other entities able to meet our strategic needs, we could work with them, but we presented this to the state board as a partnership, specifically because it's located in our district, so we can supervise it and not have to drive across the state for that purpose or even leave the state. So while those numbers are estimates from our initial application to the state board, how it will develop is really truly up in the air. But again, the board's agreement with Stride is that costs can never exceed revenues. If it got to the point where it couldn't be done, if the law changes regarding revenue and open enrollment, and if it got to the point where it couldn't be done for the amount of revenue, it just goes away.
Can you expand on where this money is going to sit? Will this money eventually go back to the town to be spent at the town's discretion. During this whole process with open enrollment and now Granite State, you've talked about having and applying these funds, let's say $900,000 when you've got 120 students enrolled in the program for open enrollment, being used to take and fix the high school.
Linda, your time is up, so finish your question.
Or going to pay the loan.
Any use of excess funds would have to be decided by the annual meetings in Alton and Barnstead. This body would have to vote to make those decisions. The
Thank you.
school board can't just do it.
Okay, so it's a vote. Thank you.
Darcina Varney, Holmes Road. Just really fast, is the estimated revenue from this program, the potential revenue that we could vote to move back to the town, is that included in your revenue estimation?
It is not.
Okay, that's all I wanted.
If I'm going to give you estimated revenues from this program someday, I want to be sure. Because if it works, it's going to blow your mind. And I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to tell you something's going to happen until I'm very, very confident it's going to happen. But across the United States, roughly 2% of the students eligible to attend public schools will enroll in an online school if one is available. We have 165,000 public school eligible students in New Hampshire. So the potential for students in programs like this is over 3,000 students in New Hampshire. Even if your net profit margin were $500, that's a pretty good day, considering we don't run the school, our employees don't have to work at the school, we've outsourced the whole thing.
Jennifer Parise, 12 Northwest Barnstead Road. I have two questions and then a comment. How does Granite State Academy compare to the existing online school programs like Dual Enroll and VLAX? That's the first one. Is it meant to replace either or both of those programs? And then my comment is that if this does get going, I do hope the IT support is better than it currently is for VLAX and Dual Enroll. I have a student who did both at BES and at the high school, and she has pretty much no support. Everything she does for those classes is at home on her own device. Thank you.
So the impetus for this idea was two things. First, the board setting, in cooperation with the Alton board, together, setting a strategic goal for us to look for ways to create revenues to offset the need for local property taxes. That was reason number one. Reason number two was that when I came to work here in New Hampshire in our public school system 7 years ago, I started talking to families who had had their children try VLAX. I did not hear universal rave reviews, and then I learned that VLAX had a monopoly on online education in New Hampshire. One of the reasons I think the state board approved this project is that this will be the only competitor with VLAX available for New Hampshire families as a public school option. Whether you believe in competition among public schools or not, I believe it is an inevitable wave of the future, and I know the school board has been there with me and with us as well. So it is very much part of the plan here, part of our intention is to create competition for students who might elect an online school anyway by trying to be better than their other options.
Dwayne Rhines, 477 White Oak Road. Question, a comment. First of all, what is exactly the Granite State Academy? Can you describe that?
It's a full-time online school.
How does it differ from a regular classroom other than they're not in a physical building?
That's about it. And that actually is one of the primary contrasts with, I think, the VLAX program,
So it's the
where
same-
students do a lot of what you might look at and consider independent study. In this school, students go on their computers and attend classes every day on their computers. Not for 6 hours the way we do here, but on a schedule. and are accountable for showing up and interacting with teachers and peers. So it is significantly different from some other online schools that rely much more on students just kind of independently doing their work.
So they
It's much more
wouldn't-
structured.
So they would stay at home and not come here.
Correct.
Okay.
Students in the online alternative Granite State Academy program never attend school at Barnstead Elementary, Alton Central School, or Prospect Mountain High School, and they won't.
Okay, and the second question is, it says it's a non-lapsing revolving fund that shall not be appropriated except for district meetings. So each year we have to vote for the appropriations for that Granite State Fund?
It means, and I'm sitting next to our attorney, but I'm pretty sure, it means that taking leftover extra money out would require a vote here. Otherwise, it sits there indefinitely. It does require an annual audit, so you know the books have been kept correctly, but withdrawals of excess funds require votes of the annual district meeting.
Okay, and the last comment is in your slide up there. I think you should say create an online alternative school, not any.
If that's the only typo in my presentation, it's the best day of my career.
Brittany Fortin, 24 Old Rochester Road. I just want to kind of give feedback to everyone else. My son last year enrolled in a program. Is it not?
It's
Okay,
really
I thought I was trying to address the town, but my son last year did a program, a STRIDE program. Basically, it was through this Indiana school because this one wasn't created yet. In the past, his needs weren't being met by the school. He wasn't finding success. We tried VLAX, and there's no real support on demand. He does have an IEP, and VLAX didn't work for him. And I've heard a lot of people who said that VLAX doesn't work for their kid either, but they want an alternative. My son got caught up to grade level online. It was live instruction. If he couldn't be there for that moment, and there were other students who were never there live, it was recorded. He could catch up, so we could do doctor's appointments. I hear some kids in the high school were working, and they were able to have multiple programs, sports programs. They were able to do all that. My son found success, and he caught up to grade level. He's back in the high school this year. But he had all of the supports that he needed. It was a really great program, and there were peers. I'm really hoping that people encourage this.
We're doing great. He says we're doing great.
Mr. Moderator, Barbara Comtois, White Oak Road. We have been a very innovative school district with open enrollment and looking at other options. Giving students more options only creates better education. So, and this is net neutral, so it is not going to cost us any additional funds. I think that giving more options to students, just hearing the speaker before, her child needed an additional option. We need to encourage whatever option, whatever the needs of the child are, and this is just one more way to do it, and I support this.
Jennifer Reel. My first question. On the website for this Granite State Academy, tuition free. How? Can you explain that?
Welcome to the world of open enrollment in New Hampshire. Because our annual meetings in 2023 adopted the provisions of RSA 194D, we can accept students in an open enrollment program, which is how we do this. So a student who wants to enroll in the Granite State Academy alternative online school program is by definition an open enrollment student, but not attending our high school in person, going to school online, and that means that the district where they reside, under the current law, pays tuition.
So when you said this was approved by Department of Ed, does that mean that this will satisfy the compulsory education?
Yes, when you write an innovation plan, you are allowed to ask for relief from certain regulations, which the state board has the authority to grant. So we did ask for some small relief, like we don't have to have a lunch program. That sort of makes sense, right, in an online school. We also asked them to waive, there's a requirement for a certain amount of credit in technology. And we suggested that students attending an online school by definition are meeting the technology learning requirement, and the state board agreed with that. So we modified those requirements a little bit, but our students in this program will take all mandated state tests, and they will meet almost all of the state graduation requirements from high school.
Can I have one more question? Okay. When you say we, is this a business venture of, whose business venture is this?
Yeah, here we are at a public school district meeting talking about what sounds like a private business. This is owned by the joint board of Alton and Barnstead. The JMA board that runs the high school owns this program. That's really what it amounts to. It's run as a program, an alternative program of our public schools. But when you talk, if you're thinking, which I understand because it makes sense, once you start wrapping your head around this, you have revenue coming in, you have expenses going out, and you have what sounds like profit left over. That is correct, and it's owned by the joint school boards of Alton and Barnstead.
According to the Secretary of State, it's a business registered out of Seabrook and Hampton. The Secretary of State has a business lookup page. Granite State Academy is listed under an address in Seabrook and Hampton as an online education option. That doesn't sound like a joint program for our schools.
Okay, it is, so the school boards have not registered a program. It is possible that in order to operate in New Hampshire, Stride, which is doing the work for us, that's our subcontractor, that they had to register a name in New Hampshire. They may have done that.
My name's Glenn Watson, 397 South Barnstead. I'm just wondering who's supplying all these computers and ancillary equipment required to learn online?
Stride does. It's part of their business model. People disagree about whether or not this sort of thing is a good idea and whether public education programs should be privatized. I'm not here to argue about that. I know there are varying opinions on that. Part of Stride Incorporated's business model, they are a publicly traded company listed as, I believe, ticker LRN on the New York Stock Exchange. They've been in business for 25 years, I think, since the year 2000, so a little more. And they will send a computer if necessary. I think a lot of families have a computer that might meet their needs. There's someone in the room who might even be able to tell you their unique personal experience if they choose to. Maybe even a couple of people who have done something like this through their Indiana school. They also send supplies and books to kids when they need it. So if there's a science experiment going on in a biology or ecology class, they'll ship a box to kids' homes.
Mike.
Sorry. They'll ship a box to kids' homes that includes peat pots and soil and seeds and things like that for an experiment that's coming up in a class.
Yeah, I have no problem with kids learning online.
We don't pay for any, well, we pay for all of it
that's what I'm
on a
asking.
per pupil basis.
Right.
But they then cover all those expenses on their end.
So you recoup that initial investment through them?
The reason they need a partner like our local school boards, this is how they do this in most states. They need a local partner because they're a company. They can't run a public school program.
Right.
This board and the Alton board can run a public school program. So we create the program. The laws are different in each state. We did it through this innovation school proposal. Then we pay them expenses
for that
against a per pupil cost that covers all their costs plus their profit.
Okay.
And then our tuition has to be set so that there's some extra left over, because what's the point of doing all this work and all the time the board spent thinking about it and asking you to take votes and things like this if there's not some benefit to the district?
Right. Well, one other thing now. You say you build a program that you give to them that they use. Now, do you see their final product before you put it out to them?
So Stride handles all of the curriculum development, all of the teaching, all of the assessment. Stride has hired a full-time director of the school who works here in New Hampshire and resides, I think, near Durham, who we've met and we work with and I communicate with frequently.
Right.
But our regular staff that run our schools don't have to do any of this.
All right, I was just wondering if any of you guys really take a peek what you're giving to your students.
We've looked just as we were sort of vetting that this was something we felt comfortable getting into. I'm confident. I hope in the very near future to rely on students and parents who have experienced this to talk about it, but I am confident that it compares very, very favorably against other online school options that are available in New Hampshire.
All right, thank you.
We did last year.
Linda, you've used your 3 minutes, so I'm going to ask you to keep it very short.
Okay, all right. I am part of the Budget Committee, and I am part of the CIP Committee. And this year, for the first year, we did a report which can be looked at on the Planning Board
Shorter, Linda.
website. Over the next 8 years, we're estimating that for the school, the high school, we're going to need $2.5 million to take and fix things like the roof over the gymnasium.
Linda, your time is up. I need you to make a point.
This is a no-brainer in terms of the Granite State and the open enrollment. This is additional money that's going to offset some of these costs that will come through as
Thank you,
warrant
Linda.
articles in the future.
Excuse me, she has not spoken. You have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Amanda Savage, 69 Hillsgrove. I call the question.
Thank you.
Okay, Dwayne Rhines, 477 White Oak. So we're going to be paying this company a tuition amount per student to cover their costs plus some of their profit, or plus their profit, because it's a publicly traded company. So we're essentially paying the profit for this company. How does that price compare to doing the same things by ourselves?
So for us to build an online school.
No, not an online school. So we have a student. We send the student to this online school. We pay amount tuition to the company plus their profit, et cetera. If we kept that student in our schools, how much cost is that for that student?
So these are students from all over the state who would never come to our schools. Now, could a student who lives in Alton or Barnstead do this? Yes, but remember, the number of students, online schools have existed for 25 years. The number of students today in most states who will go to an online school is about 2%. It's very few.
So we're starting this company to get people from around the state to come to our schools, essentially.
To come to this program.
Right, this program, which
is
run
located
by us.
on the internet, not in our buildings.
But it's run by this.
Run by,
the two
owned
boards.
and controlled by
So
our
it's not
school
des-
boards.
It's not designed to. It's not designed to replace education for Barnstead and Alton students.
Absolutely not
Okay.
whatsoever.
Thank you.
Okay, the question has been called, so I'm going to ask all those in favor indicate by raising your card and saying aye. Those opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Article 9. Shall the school district vote to designate Barnstead Elementary School as an open enrollment school under the provisions of RSA 194D to allow students who reside outside the Barnstead School District to enroll in an online... Guys, it's really loud, and the guys in the back can't hear, so if you're talking, I'm just going to stop. Allow students who reside outside the Barnstead School District to enroll in an online alternative program serving elementary school grades, and to limit the percentage of Barnstead School District students who may attend open enrollment schools located outside of the Barnstead School District to 0. The Barnstead School Board recommends by a vote of 5-0. The Barnstead Budget Committee recommends by a vote of 8-0. A majority vote is required.
Mr. Moderator, I'm going to keep this short if the meeting will allow me to. Okay, sorry.
I move the article as read.
Second.
10 after
Moved
1.
and seconded. Tim, please.
Sorry. Everything we just talked about currently applies to grades 7 through 12. This article allows us to do it from kindergarten through 12 for the purposes of the online program. That's all, nothing else. So there are references here to the open enrollment law and the Barnstead district, and that might make you think of Barnstead Elementary School. Not the intent. This is exclusively so that the joint boards can meet part of their obligation to Stride, which is to give them a school in New Hampshire they can operate from kindergarten through 12. If we decide we don't want to, Stride is allowed to find a different district to partner with for kindergarten through 6th grade.
Obviously, Sherry Bowden, South Barnstead Road. Okay, obviously, very excellent program. And well done to you. I mean, is there anything you don't have an answer to? Because you've really been quite
I'm going to go look for
informative.
$477,000 later.
And you'll find it, I have no doubt. My only question here on this particular project here is that it says that the Barnstead School District student who may open enrollment schools located outside the Barnstead School District is 0. You knew that was coming, right?
I thought it might, and you've read about this in the papers.
Thank you.
And let me just say this. In the last 90 days, half of New Hampshire have become experts on this open enrollment law. And 4 years ago, I'm pretty sure our lawyer and I were the only ones who had read the law. I am confident that we have a better understanding of the legislative intent and what's likely to happen next than a lot of the folks in a lot of other districts. If you came to any of the public hearings or the meetings when we originally adopted this law 4 years ago, somebody asked at each about that line, and I said, yeah, we don't know what it means. But the legislature appears to have intended to create a school choice program where parents have the power to choose. It is hard to imagine that the legislature included something in that law that would allow school districts to take that choice away from parents. Now, after this annual meeting season, either the legislature might act. There's going to be a public hearing this Wednesday. If you need to hear me talk more this week, tune in. I'm sure you don't. And if there is not a change from the legislature, I would expect the State Board of Education and maybe the courts to get involved again. I am not concerned.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment. I've had the pleasure of working with Tim Broderick since he's come to the town. And the thing is that we've had many discussions about competition and everything else. And his comment to me has always been, I love competition because it makes us try even harder. And you've got to keep that in perspective. Thank you.
Dwayne Rhines, 477. So you said parents' choice in schools. So if we find a school, an online school that's better, but it's outside of Barnstead, we can't use it because you have one that's in Barnstead.
The way I read, I am not the lawyer here.
But
and
it
I'm not
says
going to let you
zero,
talk to him right now.
Located outside the school district is 0. That means like we can't send our students to other school districts online if we have one here.
I believe, not the lawyer, the superintendent, but I've been working on this for a long time and working with the state board and working with the legislature and aware of what's happened in the courts. I believe that if I tried to argue that kids from Barnstead can't go to an open enrollment school, that I would ultimately lose in court. So I would advise the school board not to fight under those circumstances.
So then you should really remove the to 0 from the amendment.
The law requires that sentence in the warrant article, and that's the only reason it's there.
Okay. But it's not going to be enforced, is what you're saying. More than likely. Okay. Thank you.
Harold Airy, Beaver Pond Drive. How's that respond as far as me sending my kids to a private school?
So private school tuition, the state has a different program to help families with called EFAs, Education Freedom Accounts. So if you are sending a child to a private school, you may be eligible, and you apply through a whole different system that we have nothing to do with, for a state grant to help offset that cost.
This
It's
wouldn't
entirely separate from open enrollment.
This wouldn't affect that
It does
all.
not.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any more discussion on Article 9? All those in favor of passing Article 9 as presented, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Those opposed, raise your hand and say no. Motion passes. All right, that was good timing. We are 33 seconds away from being able to close the ballot box for the Article 10. So if it's everyone's pleasure, we'll go ahead and consider Article 3. Does that work? All right. Article 3, to see if the school district will vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Prospect Mountain School Board, JMA Alton Barnstead, and the Prospect Mountain Teachers Association, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at current staffing levels. I'm not going to read everything here. You can look at it yourself, but in year 26-27, that's an approximate, we would be appropriating, Thank you. All right, that would be appropriating $93,307, an estimated total increase of $171,362. And to further raise and appropriate the sum of $93,307.00 for the 26-27 fiscal year, such sum representing 54 and 0.45%, 54.45% of the total additional cost of $171,362.00, attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits for over those of the appropriation at current staffing levels paid in the prior fiscal year in accordance with the most recent collective bargaining agreement. The adoption of this article shall be contingent upon both Alton 45.55% and Barnstead 54.45% districts approving cost items and raising and appropriating their respective sum of money to fund the cost items. The Barnstead School District recommends the Barnstead School Board recommends by $93,307 by a vote of 5-0, and the Barnstead Budget Committee recommends $93,307 by a vote of 7-0 with one abstaining. A majority vote is required.
I make a motion to move the article as read.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there discussion on Article 3?
Steve Bowden, 479 South Barnstead Road.
Speak up, Steve. Speak up.
Steve Bowden, 479 South Barnstead Road. I'm sure everyone's sick of seeing me speak up here, but just want to make a point. We have negotiated this contract, so we're somewhat obligated to it. A couple things about salaries. I know there's a lot of factors involved in what a teacher's salary is, such as education, steps, years of longevity, et cetera, et cetera. That being said, Barnstead is only number 6 in the state of the lowest paid teachers in the state. So I know the $171,000 is a big pill to swallow, and it's going to be tough. But you know, the folks here need to vote their conscience. We need to retain and attract good teachers. That's essential. You know, we're never going to have high test scores if we don't. So vote your conscience. But I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Matt LeBlanc, 271 Narrows Road. Just saying, I hope people support this budget. I moved to Barnstead 2 years ago, and I was lucky enough to get hired at Prospect Mountain. I was teaching at Dover before that, and they always had when teachers are looking for new jobs, they always look to see if a school district kind of respects their teachers, and part of that, they look at like the test scores for students, obviously, and those kind of things, how they're doing, but they also have to look at contracts. We aren't the highest paid profession in the world. I'm not going to go buy a boat with this if we raise the salary, but it does mean whether or not I can stay a teacher in Prospect, because it does, I mean, we're not making a ton of money, so it does mean that we're kind of living on the margins a lot of times. I do really appreciate that this district has really shown a lot of support for teachers, and I hope that people continue to show that today. Thank you.
All right. Before we go on, procedurally, I need to close the voting for Article 10. So that voting is closed now so that they can go ahead and start a count.
Dwayne Rhines again. Did Alton vote to pass this? Yes? Okay.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no discussion, this has been petitioned to be a secret ballot. So we are going to have to secret ballot vote, which means we're going to have to give the ladies a little time to count because they are currently counting the last ballot. So we are going to have to wait until they're finished doing that before we can go ahead and proceed to casting our secret ballots for this next ballot. We did use a good amount of that time up, so we didn't waste all of that time, but we are still going to have to take some sort of break.
No, they can give you your voting card, and you sit in your seat, and you just check the box. And then they collect them
It's got to be the box. Thank you. Yeah, they've been the green card in their license.
I think it's because it has, that's why they checked that the box is empty, like.
Yes,
Because before, we've actually sat in.
Use the hand ballot, not secret ballot. And it's dishy. Yes. We're adjourned, so you can come here. I can't. Because then you could take your ballot, hand it to someone else, they can vote twice. Like, there's no way for us to verify that you were the person voting for you. So. You could, but we were watching you from here there.
She called for a secret ballot.
Where is it? Like, what is she doing?
Gloria's one of the few people that I'll take on sewing for. I know, I'm like, oh. I know, I appreciate it.
So what do you think? Is this going the way you thought it was going to go?
Pretty much, yeah.
You know this community. I think everything but the budget's been pretty well supported. So.
Well, I didn't expect support on the budget more than one, any other articles. And I thought, sure, it has to be Tuesday, we don't have a vote yet, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be.
Yeah, I think so too. That's the feeling I got. I mean, a lot of people are doing it. Almost every meeting I went to this year had an SB2 vote. None of them passed. Might happen today.
Well, based on the number of people that is in town. Although I'm hoping that
You need 60%, so it's not a huge majority, super majority, but it may pass by a majority, but not 60.
But our experience with all in Pittsburgh, the delivery session, I let anybody go.
I've been to districts where they switched and they used to have a meeting like this and you switch over and there's 15 people in the crowd and that's it.
Yeah, and so how do people know what to vote for?
They don't. They just vote no. They're just there to vote. That's what sticks like.
And I sit, as a school board member, I sit on the budget committee also. The meetings are so poorly attended. People want to know what's going on. There's plenty of ways to know.
They don't really want to. It's also a lot of work for them.
Okay. At least we got our planning committee.
Yeah, exactly. That's fun. That'll be a good project.
Yeah.
I screwed up on that. I should have opened my mouth.
Being owned by one of the boss.
Oh, your poor puppy.
I know. I'm sure he could last longer, but they get into a routine.
Yeah.
And like he'll say,
when it's time.
I want to go.
Yeah.
And then I'll take him outside, and he's never out without me. And he'll take his time. It's not like early.
I know.
But when I left this morning, I said, I won't be long.
I didn't think we thought it would be too long.
Now it's this photo.
Secret pocket stuff. I know. You can tell it's filtering out though because it feels cooler in here already. Oh my gosh, Kelly's look. Oh, Stormy, I'm sorry. Stormy.
Oh, what a cutie.
Someone on my team, two people on my team at work just got new puppies. One of them's name's Rocky, and he's like a little French bulldog. I just remember her being like, you put a girl in her like,
You still have the two dogs?
I do. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm a dog person. Like, I love dogs, probably more than but I think this puppy, this is gonna be it for a while. She's a handful. She's part husky, and she's actually good natured, but she's naughty for me. She's really good for my husband and anyone else in the home, but I work from home and they all leave for the day, and she immediately is grabbing a sneaker that she's not supposed to.
It's the pack instinct. They decide who the boss is.
Oh yeah, well I'm not the boss. And then I think to your point, if I took my laptop and was in the living room, I think she would be fine. It's because I'm over at a work, like I use multiple screens and I have like a workstation, so a few times I'll have to put her in the crate just to get some work done. She's a good dog in the sense that she's friendly. She just has a lot of energy, so we do lots of things and all that stuff.
It's funny with Eliza talking about what her dog does when it wants attention.
Yeah.
Mine barks. She's got a loud bark.
Oh, that would be hard.
So I had a trainer come in and she said, just ignore him. Don't look at him. He'll stop. Well, after a couple minutes, I finally got shut.
Yeah. I'm trying to find like a decent picture. Oh, she likes to be picked up like a child.
Oh my.
So that's my son holding her. Like she will, if you put her down, she comes over and she wants him to do it again.
That's cute.
Like that. She's
Yeah, that's not.
She's like light enough where you can do it, but then we look at Timber and we're like, no way. Do you want mine? Get in the hat. I can't watch mine. Do you want mine to do it? Are you watching a game? All right, I can appreciate it. If you want to watch it, I'm right there with you. Well, I think it's smart, yeah. Yeah, it only gets you.
All right, if everyone's ready, we'll reconvene in about 30 seconds. So if everyone could just find seats.
Oh my gosh, I saw the highlights. I didn't check out the game. I had to go and check out the score just to see but the last 10 seconds of that game was insane.
And then NYU won, got upset. They had 91 games in the streak, and they got upset. Yeah. I forget which school beat them, but.
If I could ask everyone to find their seats. Thank you. Good. Maybe find your bottom in your seat. There you go. All right, for Article 10, there were 279 votes cast. For those of you who are quick with a calculator, that means we needed 167.4 votes in order for Article 10 to carry. Article 10 received 168 votes. Article 10 carries. All right. The Article 10 carries. It needed 167.4 votes. It received 168. So there were 168 for and 111 opposed.
Steve Bowden, 479 South Barnstead Road. I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 10.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Someone needs to say it loud enough so he can get your address. Susan Teedy, thank you. All right. Now, we need to vote on the previous article that we were considering. That's Article 4. Oh, excuse me. Article 3. That's the one I meant. My apologies. Article 3. So we're going to secret ballot. Yes. Oh, my apologies. You're right. All those in favor of closing Article 10 for reconsideration? Those opposed? Reconsideration is closed. All right. Now, are we ready to move on to vote on Article 3? So we're going to follow the same process we followed, right? We've already had our discussion and our debate. So from the right front row, please go ahead. Bring your card and your license, please. Make sure to bring both. Just the card, apparently. Bring your card.
Yeah, these votes are in question.
Yes. Give me just a second. Let me write.
I think so. I'm not 100% sure that these are going to pass. They're on 3 now. They're voting on 3 now, which is the Teachers Association budget. I'm a little surprised only 2 people came up to talk about it.
We know how the line works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Danke. My license?
Yeah, another one. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, one vote. Unbelievable. One vote.
There it is.
So I was just joking in the hall with George Hoshman's wife. He stayed home sick today. He's very against tabling. So thank you. So I gotta find her. Just last week, you got 5 minutes. I was like, well, if there's a 1-vote decision, it's George's fault. Where is she? Where is she? Because this is George's fault. He would have failed if George. If George Hodgman had been here today, dude, this meeting would have failed. Where's the people? Where is she? Where'd she go? Well, maybe before the vote? Yeah. Well, it's 2.
See, I got it right this time.
We do it in alternate every year.
Bye.
And honestly, I'll see your default budget this year probably would have been higher than the proposed budget.
Get better.
So it's 477,000.
Get that cold.
That's the right side.
It's going around.
That's the right side. I didn't have a
Thank you.
You know, going forward, that is probably not.
Yeah, I was dismissed early. I did a good job. Bye. Take care. See ya.
Take care.
Hips are easier, I guess, you tell me.
Thank you.
Hey.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just found it really quick. And
Thank you.
I'll have yours.
I forget, what are we voting on? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He knows that he's He does know what to do, and he didn't want to do it. He may have already. Yeah, I don't know. Good. You can also do it. There's no idea. It was, I think it was down in the room. Yep. Did Brandy go over? Do you know? I actually put on our calendar for this week. That's what I thought. Great, thank you. Yeah.
So we go into status quo with SCBA for next year. I don't get step increases that are and the board can negotiate and each sort of reinforce that's the deal. So we only need 5 cents of benefits. Well, Steve Harris making a favor of the teachers in his own way. See what happens. I mean, did you get a petition on secret ballot for that thing already? Yes. Because people just talk about it. It's so easy. You haven't called out the people for signing it. You want to do that? So look, we could count the cards, but I just received this. Please stand if you're in the room.
All right. It looks like everyone who wanted to vote has had a chance to vote. Is that correct? Is there anyone in the room who has not had a chance to vote? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call the polls closed. While we wait for them to finish the count, are we in favor of picking up Article 5 and discussing Article 5 now? Okay. Jason, are you ready? Article 5. I know that we had a lot of people leave, but it's still going to need to be quiet before I continue. I was an elementary school teacher. I can wait for quiet for a long time. All right, to see if the school district will vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Prospect Mountain School Board, JMA, Alton Barnstead, and the Prospect Mountain Education Support Professional Association, NEANH, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels. I'm not going to read all of them, but it will further raise and appropriate the sum of $54,150.00 for the 2026-27 fiscal year. Such sum representing 54 and 4500% of the total additional cost of the $99,450.00, attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits over those of the appropriation at the current staffing levels paid in the prior fiscal year in accordance with the most recent collective bargaining agreement. The adoption of this article shall be contingent upon both the Alton 45.55% and the Barnstead 54.45% districts approving the cost items and raising and appropriating their respective sum of money to fund the cost items. The Barnstead School Committee recommends the $54,150 by a vote of 5-0. The Barnstead Budget Committee recommends $54,150 by a vote of 8-0. A majority vote is required.
I make a motion to move the article as read.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. Is there discussion on Article 5?
Michelle Rosado, 174 West Lock Road. I would encourage people to vote yes for this article. This is for the high school, but currently in Barnstead, as you heard earlier, there are 7 vacancies for paraprofessionals here. It is a thankless job, but one that I was very thankful for when my son was in school. These people don't only support education, they support socialization, they provide assistance with ADLs, which are activities of daily living, such as eating, toileting, all of those things. Their jobs are very difficult. We are one of the lowest paid districts in the state, as you've already heard. Please support this article and the people that do this very important work.
Matt LeBlanc, 271 Narrows Road. I'll be quick. I just want to say the paraprofessionals run the school. They are the most important position, I think, in the school. I'm a special educator, so I'm biased, but they do help. They do help run the school, and teachers are always desperate because we're short at the high school, and if we want to make it competitive, so we actually get paraprofessionals into the building, because it is, like the last speaker said, a pretty thankless job. And whatever we're paying them, it's not enough, but I think we should vote for this at least. Thank you.
Okay, we are in the same unfortunate position as we were last time, which is the ladies have not quite finished counting the previous ballots, so we got to give them just a minute to finish that, and then we'll go ahead and vote. At ease.
$15.45 an hour. I don't know. Is it gonna pass? Okay. If it's gonna pass, we're good.
No, we don't. No, it's people that would hear that too. One of the town clerks.
I'm just chippy.
I wouldn't ask for this waffle vote.
We want to move along. But the pairs are gonna make it. This doesn't count. So we can tell everyone to vote for it. Yeah, he's supporting.
Linda Nelson was at our meeting earlier. So you know.
Yeah. No, we've met before too.
You need to reach out to her. She came to me with a gentleman that went to school here in one of the lower grades. And they planted a time capsule.
Really?
Capsule by the flagpole.
Really? Oh, we're gonna find it.
That's cool. And it's before Christmas.
No, we have to pay attention, or we won't find it. It'll just go in a truck or something.
Well, I know.
Yeah.
That's why I'm telling you.
No good.
And
Where is she?
It's before Christine's time, so she doesn't know anything about it.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness. Where is she now? She's here,
You
right?
think it's still
She,
there?
she might be still in the kitchen.
Oh,
Do you think it's
thank
still
you.
there?
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
Although the gentleman
It's gonna
thought
be
that
like an archaeological dig now out there.
the gentleman thought the flagpole had been moved.
Yeah.
But I don't think it has.
Except near the flagpole. That'll be great. We'll put in the new one first, and it'll be bigger. I promise.
All right, I have the results for Article 3. Article 3 required a simple majority vote. There were 112 for and 73 opposed, so Article 3 passes.
So we're done. We're all set.
Mr. Moderator, I'll make a motion to restrict reconsideration of warrant Article 3.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 3, raise your cards. Those opposed? Article 3 is closed for reconsideration. Next, we take Article 4. We are no longer allowed to withdraw articles, so we have to vote this article down. So I would ask for, first I'll read the article. Shall the school district, if Article 3 is defeated, authorize the governing body to call one special meeting at its option to address Article 3 cost items only recommended by the Barnstead School Board, 5-0, majority vote required. So I would recommend, one, we need someone to move the article.
I make a motion to move the article as read.
I'll second it.
Thank you. And I would recommend that we just vote this article down because it's no longer necessary. So it was on the warrant, we need to vote, but all those in favor of keeping and setting a meeting indicate by saying aye. All those opposed? No. Thank you. Article 5, right? So we've had our discussion and debate on Article 5, and now we're ready to go ahead and vote. This is also a secret ballot vote, so we'll go ahead and start with the front row on the right side.
I'm dying to find out if we find a
Oh, I can't wait.
what's in it.
I can't wait. That'll be great. Finding it's the trick. So apparently, Linda Nelson told us that someone came to her who attended this school more than 40 years ago. This was before Christine's time. And while he was a student, they buried a time capsule out by the playground. So when we rip up for the playground, we're gonna have to be careful and find that thing. Cool. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have no idea. My office helps. We can figure it out.
Your IT people are fantastic. When he saw the crowd, he was able to set it streaming in another class. Yeah. On the fly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I'm sure they've thought about it.
I hope so. Probably, right? Just in case. But yeah, still.
But
He changed
remember
the
the old
background
days
on
when we used to get the
PowerPoint.
gentlemen who
Yeah.
couldn't get the mics to work?
He changed the background on the PowerPoint for them as well. Because the blue was hurt. Like just little things like that. But, yeah. God bless those young parents with their little should be a quicker process. I think it's great for him. I was like,
Thank you, ma'am.
almost done, Eunice. Thank you. And she had sent an email before the class started.
All right, I'll take one from me.
Thank you.
We have to dress them up identical at
I want yours.
So I don't like
whatever it said in the article. I think it actually says. So it doesn't actually set what day we would have to have the deliberative session, but I think it is probably 2 weeks before. So. All right. Is there anyone else who needs to vote? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the poll for that. And now you can all relax again because we have to wait for them to count.
Eunice, are you sure you're not hungry? No, I'm good, thanks. Does anybody want my banana? It's turning brown.
Lately, when I've been going to a meeting, I put my cell phone in my purse. But when I went to the meeting on Thursday, the building meeting, I had it in my back pocket, and I was sitting in a hard chair. Well, it stayed in my pocket until I stopped to get gas, and I heard something drop. And I'm looking around, I can't see it, and then I looked down.
Because you just forgot that it was probably back there.
Yeah. And it usually when I'm walking, it's deep enough.
Right.
But it must have been pushed up.
Did it break? Did like the screen crack a little bit?
It cracked. Yeah. But it still works. So that's
Good. Yeah. Yeah. The amount of times it doesn't take much. So you probably have like the screen protector on it. No, the actual screen cracked. No. Do you have insurance on your phone? Oh. Do you have no idea what that would cost to replace it?
well, actually, I had been with Consumer Cellular for a long time, but then I had to get a new phone, and I couldn't get the support that I needed. So I went to Verizon, and that phone was free.
Yeah.
With the service, which is only $50 a month.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping they'll have another deal.
Yeah, they do. I mean, that's how they stay competitive, right? Deals all the time. Well, is Cam
one for a size, a dog that size, that's, yeah.
And one of the other girls that works for me, her puppy is completely housed. Very, like, he's like tiny. And I'm just like, she's so little. But I'm like, well, she was like, oh my gosh, I've never had a dog before until like potty trained, and I thought my older dog was, and I was like, well, that doesn't matter. Is probably the size of the dog. Like, he probably has to go all the time. Jeter will pay.
My male dog, which I think is typical of male dogs, but if he gets excited about something, he'll have a little grip.
My Dalmatian used to do that. When you'd come in, she couldn't like control her body. She was just so excited. It made me think like every time we went to school or something, she thought we were like leaving her. And I'm like, why do you feel this way?
Okay.
Do people want to hear themselves?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I forgot that.
This has been so funny. Oh, John, please.
John, you did a great job today. I actually forgot all about that. And I will say, I wasn't completely this morning. Like, I really thought we were coming to this school together. Like, we're going to start doing it tomorrow night, and then we have to start. I have no idea. I have no idea. They were there together.
All right, I have the results for Article 5. Again, simple majority required. Yes, 107. No, 44. Article 5 carries.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 5.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Hillary. All those in favor of restricting consideration for Article 5 indicate by raising your card. Thank you. Article carries. All right. We have Article 6, which is, again, that administrative article that we just have to pick up and vote down. So can someone please move that article for me?
I make a motion to move Article 6.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of setting a date for a meeting we don't need, say aye. All those opposed, say no. All right. I'll entertain a motion to close the meeting.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Those opposed can stay.